A very good morning. I request all of you to please be seated. We will be beginning in about a couple of minutes.
Check. 1, 2, check. Hello. Check. 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 1. Check. Check.
Jatin sir. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, and industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is a privilege to extend our very warm welcome to all of you to the 9th Pharma Med organized by the PhD Chamber of Commerce and Industry in collaboration with the Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India. This year's theme, Healthcare Equity, Reaching Every Citizen of Viksit Bharat, reflects a powerful and a timely vision, one that underscores our collective responsibility to ensure that affordable, accessible, and quality healthcare reaches every corner of our nation. India has long been recognized as the pharmacy of the world, and today, as we stand at the cusp of transformative growth, platforms like Pharma Med become crucial. Policymakers, industry experts, researchers, global stakeholders to shape the future of healthcare. With this, may I take the honor to invite our dignitaries on the stage for the lamp lighting ceremony, which also marks the beginning for this event. Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Government of India. Sir, may I request you to please join us on the stage. Shri Satyaprakash TL Sir, IAS, Joint Secretary, will join us at 10:30 a.m. as he is on his way from Chandigarh. Shri Gregory Smith, Country Director, India Office, US FDA. Dr. A. Visala, Joint Drug Controller, CDSCO, Directorate General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. I request all the dignitaries to please join us on the stage. I will also invite Shri Abhay Kumar Srivastav, Sir, Senior President, Global Operations, Mankind Pharma and Chair, Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Committee, PHDCCI. Dr. Ranjit Mehta, CEO and Secretary General, PHDCCI. Shri Vishal Rajgharia, Sir, Co-Chair, Pharmaceuticals, he would be joining us. Dr. Nasir Jamal is here, Director, PHDCCI. Thank you. May I now request all the dignitaries and guests to please rise for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you. I request all of you to please be seated. I will now request Dr. Nasir Jamal, Director, PHDCCI, for the introductory remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all of you. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Government of India. Shri Satya Prakash TL, the Joint Secretary, Department of Pharma, will be joining in some time shortly. Shri Gregory Smith, Country Director, India Office, US FDA. Our CEO and Secretary General, Dr. Mehta, Dr. Ranjit Mehta. Shri Abhay Srivastav, the Chair of the Pharmaceutical Committee of PHDCCI. And our co-chair is also joining shortly. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome to this 9th edition of the Pharma Med, which is an annual affair, and we have been doing with the support of Department of Pharma to actually deliberate on some of the most critical issues and opportunities, innovations that is shaping the future of pharmaceutical and healthcare sector in India. The pharmaceutical industry, we know that it has emerged as a global powerhouse for India, and we are now actually giving a nomenclature of India as the pharmacy of the world. This year's theme for this conference, which is healthcare equity reaching every citizen of the Viksit Bharat, the clarion call which is given by our Honorable Prime Minister, and we are all working together in sync with the government, in sync with the industry to actually achieve this. And the most important element for an economy to be developed is to have an all-inclusive healthcare and healthcare delivery also. So this vision can only be realized through a collaborative approach involving industry, regulators, academia, policymakers working together to build a resilient and accessible healthcare ecosystem. I would also like to take this opportunity to express gratitude to Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India for extending their all support, and also our distinguished speakers, partners, the participants for joining us today. I would like to, their continued commitment with strengthening the Department of Pharma's commitment in strengthening the India's pharmaceutical sector and promoting initiatives that enhance accessibility, quality, innovation in healthcare. With these words, I would like to once again welcome all of you to this highly engaging and the productive session ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May I now take the honor to invite Dr. Ranjit Mehta, the CEO and Secretary General, PHDCCI, for the welcome address.
Thank you. Very good morning. Dr. Paul, Honorable Member, Niti Aayog, Mr. Smith, Mr. Abhay, President, 9th Pharma and Chair of PHDCCI, Pharma Manufacturing Committee, Vishala, Madam, who is here, and Mr. Rajgaria, Dr. Nasir Jamal, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. First of all, it's a great pleasure to welcome you at this Pharma Med 2026, which is the 9th edition of PHDCCI. We thank you very much for joining us here right in the morning. When we talk of Viksit Bharat, normally we think of economic growth, we think of innovation, we think of development. Definitely these things are very, very important. At the same time, what I clearly understand is we cannot really be developed India until unless we have a healthy India. And everybody, every citizen of this India leads a very dignified life. Healthcare, equity, it's just not a policy issue. It's our responsibility. And India today stands at a defining moment. One side, we are the pharma hub of the world. We are the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. We have more than 80 million MSMEs, and we are 1.4 billion people. However, there is a health gap when we look at our own borders. So this needs to change. And for this, we need, if you really want to have this transformation, it is the discussions, it is the effort of industry, technology, and all the citizens, everybody, policy makers, all are required to deliberate and see that how we can really lead this change. And Pharma Med is central to all this transformation. I think when we talk of healthcare, I think first is healthcare must not be a privilege of a few. It needs to have an access for everyone. Secondly, I believe, is healthcare must be affordable. And today, India, we are also the country who supplies more than 200 countries all over the world the generic drugs. But still in our villages, we see that there is this gap. I think this definitely needs to change, ladies and gentlemen. And quality, of course, is very, very important. For that, we need the public-private partnerships. We need to address the issue right at the academic levels. And today we are very, very honored and delighted to have Dr. Paul, who has spent whole life in public service. And today at the helm of affairs at Niti Aayog. And definitely your feedback will help us to make good policy recommendations to address all these issues. And finally, I would like to emphasize that India has the capability, India has the scale. What we really need now is the speed, alignment, and of course, the intent. Because we feel that a healthy India is strong India, and a strong India is a developed India. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you all once again. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you, sir. I'm sure the audience resonates with this thought. May I now take the honor to invite Dr. A. Visala, Shri Abhay Kumar Srivastava, sir, Senior President, Global Operations, 9th Pharma, and Chair, Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Committee, PHDCCI, for the industry address.
Thank you, ma'am. So, good morning, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, respected members from the Department of Pharmaceuticals, esteemed regulator from DCGI and US FDA, my industry friends and partners from PhD Chamber of Commerce. It is a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at a time when India stands at a very important inflection point. At a time when uncertainty is no longer an exception, but the new normal. Before I begin, let me acknowledge something very simple, yet very powerful. Over the last few days, through frequent dialogue with Department of Pharmaceuticals and DCGI office, I see a visible shift in the industry. The shift is giving us the confidence that we are evolving as a true cross-functional ecosystem where industry, government, and institutions like PhD Chamber of Commerce and IPA are collaborating and working as one team. That is which is transforming us. From an active, resilient India to a proactive, resilient India. And please convey, sir, आप थोड़ा DPS आपको मेरा JS आपको मेरा मैसेज देना. हर रोज हम लोग उनसे मिल रहे हैं और हर रोज उनसे बातें कर रहे हैं और हम लोग के कानों में एक बात गूंजती है कि आप जो है स्टोरी तो बताइए लेकिन स्टोरी के साथ डाटा बताइए, आप हमको एजुकेट करिए और ये जो है कोलैबोरेशन जो इंडस्ट्री और गवर्नमेंट का है यही हमको सबसे बड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस देता है एंड ये हम लोगों को ये कॉन्फिडेंस देता है कि हमारी जो रिक्वायरमेंट है वो सुनी जा रही है. Thank you, sir. I would also like to essentially acknowledge all of you who have taken the time out to be here today during Navaratri and in the last few critical days of the financial year. This reflects our collaborative commitment that even in the time of uncertainty, we do not miss the opportunity to engage, to learn, and to support each other. And this is New India. A resilient India, a committed India, and above all, a collaborative India. The theme of this program is reaching every citizen in Viksit Bharat with an affordable medicine. But our larger aspiration is to become a Vishwaguru where the pharmaceutical industry plays a quiet yet critical role. At every global crisis, we have demonstrated this responsibility with sincerity and scale, not only for India, but also for other global countries. These are not small achievements, and it belongs to everyone who is in this room. I would like you to please clap for yourself for all the great work you guys are doing during these uncertain times. So thank you. But all is not green for us. India ranks third in volume, but only 11th in value. The gap is the single most important strategic challenge we are facing in this industry. It tells us that we have mastered the art of scale, but we have not really fully captured the return what we deserve. Let me begin by highlighting two areas that deserve our attention today. The first, a shift from volume to value, and second, backward integration. The Indian pharma is highly fragmented yet deeply enterprising. Thus, it needs more support from this ecosystem which we have created since COVID. Let me also be very clear that value is not all about replacing it with volume. It is about strengthening the value system without compromising the scale. It is about moving beyond scale and creating a greater value through biosimilar, complex generics, and advanced drug along with generic medicine. And I repeat, along with generic medicine. So that every citizen has an access to all modern and advanced medication at an affordable price. We need this now very much. The second point is like the backward integration. In the current situation, this has become even more important. The backward integration will make us more self-reliant. It will reduce the external dependency and strengthen our supply chain. We cannot credibly call ourselves the pharmacy of the world if the raw materials for the pharmacies are controlled by someone else. The self-reliance in API and the key starting material is not a policy aspiration, but it's a national security imperative. The NIPER, ICTs, and IIT needs to focus rather given the target creating API KSM process with agriculture-based solvent and natural resources available in India where no other countries sit in our supply chain. This will ensure that every citizen will have an access to an affordable medicine in any uncertainty. If we do not control our input, we cannot guarantee affordability and availability in a crisis. तो बेसिकली मैं दो बातें कहने पे जोर मार रहा हूँ. एक तो फार्मा इंडस्ट्रीज को वॉल्यूम से वैल्यू की तरफ जाना चाहिए. वॉल्यूम से वैल्यू जाने का रीज़न ये भी है कि आज की डेट में पोस्ट कोविड हमने ये देखा है कि डिसीज़ के पैटर्न्स चेंज हो रहे हैं. डिसीज़ के पैटर्न चेंज हो रहे हैं तो हम लोगों को बायोलॉजिकल्स की तरफ जाना चाहिए. और व्हेन वी आर क्रिएटिंग सच वैल्यू बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट, it will not only support us in curing such kind of critical diseases, but also bring I would say, the foreign exchange for the country. The second thing is that कि backward integration करना निहायती ज़रूरी है और इसमें IITs और ICTs को ना challenge हम लोगों को करना चाहिए कि वो जो medicines हैं वो agriculture solvent से जैसे इथेनॉल हो गया, इथेनॉल के बाद आगे उनको और रिफाइन करके सॉल्वेंट्स बनाए और जो नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज इंडिया में हैं उनसे हम लोग दवाई बनाएं. आज की डेट में अगर हम लोग ग्लोबली एक्सटर्नल पे डिपेंडेंट रहेंगे तो हम लोग कभी भी अफोर्डेबल मेडिसिन जो है लास्ट आदमी को नहीं पहुंचा पाएंगे. और ये मेरा एक रिक्वेस्ट है क्योंकि अगर हम लोग सुपरफिशियली काम करेंगे then some country will still sit in our supply chain. So that is something which I want even Dr. Paul to listen to this advice. Is this possible? Yes, this is possible. Because India has talent, the scale and the intent, and now I see a stronger institutional support as well. I am confident that India will not just remain the pharmacy of the world, but will emerge as a trusted, self-reliant, and innovation-led pharmacy of the world. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. A. Visala, Joint Drug Controller, CDSCO, Directorate General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, for the special address.
A very good morning to the august gathering, distinguished members on the dais, and experts. So, at the outset, let me congratulate the organizers of the event for envisaging this conference with the theme of equity, accessibility, and of course, sustainability. Sir, Dr. Vinod K. Paul, who has been an expert in pediatrics, and he has been a constant support and strength to CDSCO as an expert member on the subject expert committee panels. Sir is fully aware of the pharmaceutical field and therefore rightly a member of Niti Aayog, and he is a legend in himself. For himself and for India. Sir, coming from regulatory background, I would want to say that CDSCO has long realized that India is not just going to be a generic hub, but also a country where innovation is possible, feasible, and sustainable. Sir, may I say that we have brought in regulations such as the Medical Device Rules 2017, which is fully harmonized with the international legislation. And today, India is an observer on GHTF. We are also bracing up to be a member rather than just an observer for ICH as a member country. And the journey has just begun. Also, would want to emphasize that India should move towards innovation, as I just said, and also heard from the other speakers, sustainability is the key for us in terms of KSM as well as active pharmaceutical ingredients. Today, while CDSCO registers a lot of drugs that get imported into the country, we observe that most of the imported APIs are antibiotics and fermentation-based products, including niche chemicals which are used in reproductive health, etc. There is definitely a scope for improvement and for taking up key research in sustainability and green chemistry as well, to reduce our dependency on solvents and also to make it very friendly for the environment. Apart from that, we have also brought in, like I said, the new drugs and clinical trial rules. I'm sure the industry has been experiencing the number of new drugs and as well as the investigational new drugs that are getting approved in the country. This piece of legislation has set the ball rolling for innovation. There are pathways for accelerated approval, abbreviated and new drug approvals for unmet medical need, and well-defined methodology for assessment of, lack of ethnicity or ethnicity variations, conduct of clinical trial. India also houses a large disease spectrum, and therefore the patient population here is so amenable that industry can conduct global clinical trials. In India, we call them global clinical trial, meaning that the foreign sponsors can do and conduct trials in India. And whereas under the ICH, these are called the multi-regional clinical trials. So CDSCO has also brought in legislation for registration of CROs, and it's not just the BAB study centers, but all the sponsors who are involved in clinical research are required to register with CDSCO. This brings us back to the point of legislation on good clinical practices, and CDSCO has published the draft revised GCP guidelines. I urge the industry and all researchers and academia to please review these guidelines and follow these guidelines. We have a very robust ecosystem for conducting clinical research, and that is how new drugs can actually be brought to the patient bedside. Also want to tell the August gathering here that we have initiated approvals for ATMPs or advanced therapy medicinal products, and one of them was that came from the stable of IIT Mumbai, namely ImmunoAct. So this has created a lot of interest in the space of ATMPs, and today we have several developers in the space of CAR-T therapies, not just bispecifics, but also the third generation CAR-T products. Also, we have heard the Honorable Finance Minister announcing the amount of investment that they would be doing in Biopharma Shakti, and which is also for CDSCO strengthening. This will take some time. However, we expect the number of staff, particularly for clinical and pharmacological review, to be enhanced at CDSCO so that we are fully capable of approving products and clinical trial protocols within the timeline. So apart from this, we have strengthened the good manufacturing practices regulation, which is fully harmonized with the WHO guidelines. This piece of legislation talks of pharmaceutical quality system and risk management, pharmaceutical validation, process validation, as well as product development processes, pharmacovigilance as well. And January 2026, it has now become mandatory across the spectrum to follow the new standards of GMP. This would strengthen the quality ecosystem for India and to compete globally with the same set of standards that we are supposed to get gauged by the international regulatory authorities. All in all, would also want to say that medical devices and AI-based, software-based products have also been approved by CDSO, and therefore we see a lot of innovation and scope for development in the space of digital health technologies, not just for patient treatment as IVD or diagnostics, but also in terms of capturing of data in clinical trial. And we regularly hold drugs consultative committees with the state licensing authorities where we keep rigorously and deliberating how we can harmonize our enforcement activity. CDSO has also, under the leadership of DCGI, Dr. Raghuvanshi, has been conducting risk-based inspections, which is part of the law ever since 2017. I wish this gathering a very good deliberation and also to bring in your thoughts to the desk, and if there's anything that CDSO at the regulatory front needs to align with globally or locally, we are very much open for discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. That's great to know that all feedback is always available. May I now invite Shri Gregory Smith, Country Director, India Office, US FDA, for the special address.
Hello and good morning. It's nice to see you all, and do celebrate your attendance today and your deep commitment to healthcare equity. And we're on this journey together. It's obviously very important for all our patients represented both in India and around the world. I'm the director of the FDA India office. I'd like to thank PHDCCI for hosting the event, the Department of Pharmaceuticals, Dr. Paul, Dr. Vasala. It's always nice seeing these esteemed guests and all the other panel members here today. The conference theme is especially timely as India's role as a global pharmaceutical leader continues to grow. Amidst the greater focus on innovation, supply chain resilience, and regulatory alignment, quality must remain at the center because patient safety and trust depend on medicines being safe, reliable, and of assured quality. And this goal requires continued partnership between regulators and industry. So FDA opened our offices in New Delhi. I've been here for 3 years now. We opened our offices in 2008, 2009 timeframe. So we're coming up on around 17 years of being at the embassy here in New Delhi. And our initial focus was to have inspectors in country. And that role has obviously remained and grown, but as well we're here for engagements such as these. We're here to engage with industry. We're here to engage with the esteemed stakeholders and panels such as these, with Government of India to move forward on areas of interest. So our commitment to our presence here in India remains strong, and we look forward to future collaboration. I do have some slides, but I'm not sure if we'll be able to. Oh, there they are. Thank you. So we can go to slide 3, please. The state of, yeah, that works. So India continues to host the largest number of FDA-registered drug manufacturing facilities outside the United States, which really underscores India's critical role in the global pharmaceutical supply chain. As a major producer of medicines for the U.S. market, the quality and integrity of products manufactured in India have a direct and meaningful impact on millions of American patients who rely on these products every day. This reality makes pharmaceutical quality in India not only a regulatory priority, but a public health imperative, with implications for patient safety, supply continuity, and confidence in the medicines reaching both the Indian and U.S. market and around the world. We can go, yeah, this is the right slide, thank you. This slide here highlights India's substantial footprint and FDA's total global site inventory. No, actually, go back one, please. Any remote? No? So in around 2020, we had about 500 facilities in inventory, and now we're about 610 registered human drug manufacturing facilities in India. Thank you so much. And this slide here shows a little bit, we're out doing inspections, and just for your awareness, our primary focus in the Indian context over the past year has really been on unannounced inspections. It's really been a big priority for us globally, not just for India. And so this has some data on our pharmaceutical inspections specifically for India each year, along with how those inspections were classified. So inspection activity, obviously the drop-off there is COVID, and then for fiscal year 25, the actual ending number will be closer to where we started before COVID, but the number of inspections occurring in India every year is going up year over year. The different colors that we have on this are the VAI, NAI, and OAI numbers, and you can see here the numbers, the ratios have typically remained the same per year. Inspection outcomes are one indicator that we typically use. We're using this to inform our own risk-based decisions on where to go and who to inspect. We're also using that the inspectional information to learn how we can best engage with industry. We would love to collaborate on how to move forward. One of our key events and topics that we've been working on here in the India office is this concept of quality management maturity, which is an audit-based program that it's in a pilot stage, and it's currently ongoing, and we're going into year 3 of that pilot. But that is not an inspection, that's an assessment that an FDA expert will come into a facility and assess the quality systems of an organization. So we're always looking for ways to translate the information that we're learning on inspections and interactions with industry to improvement and to moving forward to a stronger quality of product. So you can see here, this is a global number. At the end of fiscal year 24, 13% of facilities in India had a most recent inspection classification of OAI, which is the highest percentage among the regions shown. By comparison, Europe had the lowest percentage at 2%, and Canada and the US are around 8%, and so on. So these are signals, but it should be interpreted carefully. Inspection classification is only a measure of site compliance and does not always directly equate to product quality. This is another indicator that we use, and this is another action that we take in our enforcement and regulation of products globally. And this slide highlights drug quality-related import alerts and warning letters, underscoring the importance of sustained compliance across a large and complex manufacturing base. These actions are intended to protect patients and help ensure that medicines entering the U.S. meet appropriate quality standards. At the same time, these alerts and warning letters provide important regulatory signals to industry, identifying areas where quality systems, oversight, and corrective actions may benefit from further strengthening. For firms, these actions can be viewed not only as enforcement measures, but also as clear and constructive feedback to support continuous improvement. This graphic is something we typically do, shows the typical things that we're seeing in our observations. The most frequently cited observations are concentrated on quality systems, laboratory controls, which are foundational elements of a robust pharmaceutical manufacturing operation. At the same time, this information provides a valuable opportunity for industry to focus attention on common areas of vulnerability to strengthen them proactively. Companies that respond proactively and effectively are often able to build a stronger system, greater resilience, and sustained market confidence. There are a few things that we're doing beyond our compliance work and then our engagement here. We're also, FDA has been working on a broader effort to strengthen supply chain resilience and in supporting of our commissioner's onshoring efforts with a national priority review pilot program and also the FDA pre-check program. The Priority Voucher Pilot Program is an initiative designed to accelerate review of certain drug and biologic applications and key supplements. It focuses on products that advance important U.S. Public health priorities, including public health emergencies, breakthrough therapies, unmet medical needs, domestic supply chain resilience, and affordability. The feature of the program is significantly faster review timelines, supported by closer engagement from the agency. Overall, this reflects our efforts in bringing greater agility in the review process while maintaining our scientific rigor. This pre-check program, I'll highlight briefly, is also helping encourage development of domestic manufacturing in the United States. It's designed to strengthen supply chain resilience by engaging with manufacturers before the facility becomes operational. It includes early engagement and continued support as firms prepare for operations, inspection, and regulatory review. It's a proactive approach. It helps reduce delays, prevent compliance issues, and improve readiness. Here's a little bit of an overview of some of the work that we do over the years here. But we also believe that building a strong and resilient supply chain cannot be done in isolation, and that's why we continue to strengthen our partnerships with our regulatory counterparts in industry around the world, including here in India. And these collaborations are essential for sharing best practices, advancing regulatory alignment, and addressing common supply chain challenges. As mentioned before, we're engaging often with our Government of India counterparts. I think maybe there was there, and as well as with industry. But we find that greater mutual understanding, stronger regulatory collaboration, and continued progress toward high-quality medical products are important for a resilient supply chain. I'd like to now turn just to an important concept of sustainable compliance. Compliance is not a one-time activity. It must be continuous, embedded in daily operations, and supported across the organization. This slide illustrates the difference between compliant and non-compliant systems over time. A proactive, prevention-focused quality system supports more consistent and reliable outcomes. By contrast, reactive systems are more likely to result in variability, recurring issues, and compliance lapses. This is why CGMP must be built into everyday operations rather than treated only as corrective exercise. So a call to action. To achieve sustainable compliance, a few principles are critical. Strong quality management oversight, accountability across the organization, well-designed facilities and processes, and proactive identification of risks and deviations. And importantly, the FDA is not a quality system. Companies must take ownership of quality. As Dr. Vasala mentioned, we also have a lot of guidances that we're putting out, and they're more and more becoming more public on our website. And one that I'd like to highlight that's in draft just came out a couple days ago. It's called Responding to FDA Form 483 Observations. It's a very robust. There's actually an opportunity for industry to provide comments, to review it, read it, analyze it, and then provide public comment. And then it will become finalized after those comments and changes are incorporated. So we encourage industry to review our recent guidances and to consider how to support stronger systems, better decision-making, and more sustainable compliance. In closing, quality must remain a shared priority for both government and industry. Sustained investment in quality systems, modern infrastructure, and a culture of accountability is essential. Patient safety, the critical focus of this event, and the equitable health care depends on these types of investments. So let me close by congratulating the organizers on the successful conference, thanking you for your engagement and commitment to this important discussion. Forums like these are invaluable to advancing shared understanding, strengthening collaboration, and in reinforcing our common commitment to quality and patient safety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I now take the honor to welcome Shri Satyaprakash TL, sir, IAS, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, who has joined us. May I also request you, sir, for the special address?
First of all, sorry for being late. Honorable Dr. V.K. Paul, Niti Ayog, Dr. Vishala, Mr. Smith, and all the dignitaries on dais, and my friends. After the budget announcement 2026-27, we had a post-budget webinar. Very important discussion that came during the discussion was whether we have reached a stage where biology has become technology. Whole last decade we thought biology is distinct, it's not technology. Obviously biology is very complex because human body has 4 into 10 to the power of 12 genes and huge number of cells. There are innumerable proteins. There are immunology-related facets. So it's complex. But think of it that let us take juvenile myoclonal epilepsy. Today we have found that it's a base pair level mutation and then we can set it right. So we have gone from such complex system to a base pair level. That is what the technology can do the magic. This marks a very important alert that we have to live up to the expectations, challenges of this biologic world. That is what this year's, that is 2026-27's budget did. If you see the para number 16, it simply told we have to create ecosystem for biologics. That simply is a sentence, but it speaks innumerable. It opens up vistas to us, and not only for the industry, but also to the government agencies. It's a time that we should work together. The challenge is as simple as हमारे घरों में भी ये डिस्कशन होती है. देखो, शर्मा जी की बेटी को गोल्ड मेडल मिल गया, तो शर्मा जी की बेटी को ही गोल्ड मेडल क्यों मिला, हमारे बच्चे को क्यों नहीं मिला? So it's as simple as that. Then वो देखो, वो 9 बजे उठती है, पढ़ती है. हम तो 9 बजे, वो 5 बजे उठती है, पूरा दिन पढ़ती है. मैं 9 बजे उठता हूँ, तो I have to get up at 5. So identify one by one all the challenges and start working together. And interestingly, this budget announcement is going to be a milestone, simply because we identified almost every pain point. 2 most critical of them is that we did not have capacity in Sidesco. So time to market was longer as compared to China or Europe or United States, US FDA. So we are working on that. Probably the best thing we can do is start working on myth busting that here things are going late. This is one. Second is clinical trial sites. We are going to have almost 1,000 clinical trial sites in next 3 years. And everybody will appreciate the fact that 50 to 55% of the cost of new drug development is clinical trials. And by establishing these clinical trial sites, we are going to do 2 things. One, the cost of clinical trials is going to come down to 40%. At the same time, this electronic data capture, after anonymizing it, it will provide us the patient load so that researchers, agencies, firms, companies, all are going to show us, all are going to know exactly where the patients are there and patient load is there. Accordingly, they can design their research and clinical trials. So these two mark a major difference, and we will be inching towards the best ecosystems, and this is going to reduce the gap. So to that extent, generally people speak that this is the best of my world, best of the times, and this is the worst of the times. I think worst of the times is over and the best of the time has started. This is a time that all of us should come together and to create very integrated, cohesive policies so that we can work on biologics so that India becomes superpower in biologics. At the same time, while biologics is going to be the major say by 2030-31, our dependence on chemical drugs is not going to be over. We will still be there depending upon the chemical drugs for almost 60% of it. Maybe once again, we have to work on our bulk drugs. Today, India imports almost 1,750 bulk drugs, out of which roughly 50 bulk drugs are going to be very, very important, which constitute almost 55 to 60% of the entire bulk drug volume. And we should think, if at all we can use, what differentiates India with China? China has developed huge number of enzymes, which we can call it as enzymatic engineering. Is it possible to create enzymes using directed evolution so that we can also reduce the cost of production of the bulk drugs and also time, etc., so that our productions of API is much more efficient as compared to China? And I'm very hopeful. Think of this country, almost 8,000 institutes working in STEM sciences, and almost 300,000 biologists working. And I always say, when Watson got Nobel Prize, he was just 22. So let us not neglect or ignore our bright young generation. And if we properly push the ecosystem and support them, I think we can also create many more Watsons in this country. And with this hopeful note, thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, sir. This was a truly valuable message. May I now request Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Government of India, to please address the audience with a special address.
Good morning, warm greetings, namaskar. Respected Dr. Ranjit Mehta ji, CEO and SG PHDCCI, very esteemed organization with a great legacy and great contribution to the development of India. Dr. Abhay Srivastava ji, Mr. Gregory Smith, Ms. Vasala, Vishal Rajgadia ji, my distinguished colleague, Shri Satya Prakash ji, Dr. Nasir Jamal, distinguished leadership of pharma sector, captains of the industry, academics, and friends. I'm honored to be here this morning amongst you to deliberate upon a very important sector under the aegis of PHDCCI. It's a true honor for me. And as my preceding speakers have laid out, the imperatives of the discussions that will proceed here, will follow here, are of extreme importance in the context of the journey where our nation is, context of pharma sector and pharma medtech sector of our nation, and indeed the health sector itself. Let me first compliment absolutely insightful inputs that have come from our distinguished speakers earlier on. Gregory Smith has laid out how much India's pharma sector is viewed by the global community to be critical for global pharma supply chains. And that gives us confidence, shown the data, how important India is and continues to be. Vasalaji has very eloquently highlighted several important reforms and facilitation processes that the CDSCO has brought out. And I'd like to compliment the Government of India, the CDSCO, the DCAGI, and the entire team for taking futuristic steps and being conscious of the changing scenario of the pharma sector as the journey unfolds. And we'll talk a little more on that. Satyaji has laid out the immediate importance of some of the decisions that the government has taken. And in fact, I'm sure during the course of today's discussion, we wish to look forward to your suggestions how to translate specifically the mission of Biopharma Shakti into a reality. We want this commitment from this room by the time we end these deliberations of the day. How will you support it? It's an opportunity of a very unique kind, historic in a way. So thank you for elaborating, Satyaji, on the issues. From Abhayji, we heard the vision that has been set. We appreciate, and of course, Sanjeevji, you had set the stage for us. So true compliments to the speakers. And I learned very many new things in this discourse. The theme that you have chosen, health care equity, reaching every citizen of India, is an apt way of looking at A, the contribution of pharma sector, and B, how through that lens we should play our important role into the years that take us to 2047 mission of a Viksit Bharat. Let me just start by saying that 37% of the total health expenditure is related to pharmaceutical products, 37%. And when you look at out-of-pocket expenditure, the major contributor of out-of-pocket expenditure is actually not the amount that is paid to a private hospital. It is actually medicines. And combined with diagnostics, it amounts to 63, almost two-thirds of the out-of-pocket expenditure. So you are an enabler of health equity. You, as a community, produce products which bring about prosperity to the people and to the nation. And I want to applaud you and thank you, because when you see it through that lens, you as an industry shine even more. You are pharmacy of the world, you are the vaccine hub of the world, but you are a very, very important enabler of equity in our country, and thank you for doing it. And I think that calls for an applause, because that's the theme of the day. I just want to mention that through Health and Wellness Centers, which is the comprehensive primary health care infrastructure and services that India is building, I want you to be mindful of that great development that is taking place in the healthcare ecosystem of our nation. The Ayushman Bharat, Ayushman Arogya Mandir Health and Wellness Mission is aiming to transform 180,000 sub-centers and primary health centers into fully functional, comprehensive primary healthcare hubs. And this has already happened to a great deal. Transformations have happened. Out of the 12 packages, most packages are being rolled out. Non-communicable disease screenings are taking place. Telemedicine is a norm. And I wish to mention here that at the sub-center level, there is a commitment, union and state put together, to provide free 105 medicines, equity. At the PHC level, 172 free medicine. It's a great enabler. When you look at universal health coverage, what we envision is a system that provides the services that the citizen needs without financial stress. So it's not only access, but it is also about not having to pay out of pocket. Financial protection is a very important aspect, and I'm saying it yet again to say that you make that possible for us in a very significant way. Let me also take the opportunity to thank you for what you achieved during the COVID crisis by way of medicines, of course, in a huge way, but also and particularly how you as a community rose to give us 2.2 billion plus vaccine doses for our nation. They were all made on the soil of India. Hardly any doses came, a few Sputnik doses or whatever, and that's it. Every dose, every vaccine was produced on the soil of India, and you made it possible. An estimate of what we gathered during the course of this says that in the first year of vaccination program, a report published in the Lancet, nothing else, not less than that, says that 34 lakh lives were saved during COVID-19 first-year vaccination program, which you all produce. You are the super COVID warriors, and you rose to the occasion. We produced and licensed 8 vaccines on all the platforms, and the DNA vaccine was the first in the world. mRNA vaccine, intradermal thermostable, first in the world. Nasal vaccine, first in the world. So we cracked many, many milestones during this period. I can go on, but just to tell you that we are so proud. And last, of course, in this I wish to mention is how the generic medicines are saving lives across the world. But time has come that we now reposition the entire pharma sector. You heard it from my colleagues already. Because what we are doing is good, but the future expects that we shift gears. And that is, I think, the main theme that we should all be rallying around to discuss and to come together as partners. So we heard we are 3rd in volume, we are 11th in value. I like to understand where we are with regard to innovation, R&D and innovation. I think that is the theme that should reverberate today, and Biopharma Shakti is one part to which has been highlighted. We have to move in the direction of research and development and innovation. It's staring at us. Either we do it or we be ready for the shocks that this industry may experience. Let me just put it like that. There is a saying that somebody told me way back that lead or be lunch. In a wild competitive world, either you are in front or you are a victim of the competition. But I think that's the space at which the new developments are taking place. Satyaji has given you a hint in that regard, and you know it. We have to master cell and gene therapy. That's where the values are. We have to be ahead of biologics. We have to bridge the gap of the bulk drugs. And therefore, we need to create those pathways. So my first input to you is, how do we now build a system where we are driven by research, development, and innovation? And for that, not only Biopharma Shakti is an enabler and an imperative, but also you have seen in the past few years, very few years, you have seen there is a scheme PRIP, which is targeted to research. There is Bio E3 policy of biotechnology, aiming to do the same. And there are other initiatives, RDI fund, for example, which should be used as policy enablers for us to rise to the occasion. And I think the time has come that from a slow uptake of these ideas, we now move to an inflection phase. It is imperative. It's not easy. We are used to a different kind of an ecosystem in pharma. We are risk averse. We don't have that much of depth as some of the other nations have, the companies have. But then we have to rise to the occasion. और कोई रास्ता नहीं है, ये हम आप बार बार सुन रहे हैं, मैं कोई नई चीज़ नहीं कह रहा हूँ, कोई और रास्ता नहीं है. We have to rise to the occasion. It's about, finding cures for antimicrobial resistance. It's about the bulk drug, the point has been made, and so on and so forth. So सबसे पहला message यही है कि how do we reposition? And the chambers have a role to create that pathway, give that confidence, and make use of the policy enabling, levers that have been pulled, and more that should be done. Kindly, let's have a dialogue as to what more needs to be done. Step by step, the policy engines are accelerating. The Honorable Prime Minister says, Reform Express अब चल चुकी है. उसमें बताइए कौन सी reform और चाहिए. So that's my first point. I want to now take the second one, which actually is, in a way, an extension of this. I travel to academic institutions and find that the obvious imperative for our journey of academia-industry interface is still very weak. हम हमेशा बात करते हैं और हो भी रहा है, लेकिन जब रियल जगह पे आप जाते हो तो from the academic side, because I meet more often the academia because of the nature of work that I do or have done in the past, that connect is missing. Let me give examples. In the last 2 months, 3 months, I have visited Naipur Mohali and IMTech in Chandigarh, again Mohali. They have some molecules for AMR, antimicrobial resistance. मेरे से पूछ रहे हैं कि हम कैसे जुड़े. Whereas in a place like Mohali, where industry is all over, and Baddi in particular, हम सब वहाँ पे हैं, फिर भी वो connect नहीं मिल रहा. Punjab University, I met a few people, नहीं मिला. We had a conclave on pharma, where Mankind, your Juneja sir was also there. Again, we heard the same story. There is an ecosystem of CDRI and IIT and AIMS in Lucknow, but connect नहीं है. So, sir, PhD chamber, please, मेरे को ये कहना है कि क्या हम इसको systematically कैसे करेंगे? Theory में है और हो भी रहा है. There are stars like IIT Madras has no problem. IIT Mumbai has no problems. वो सब हो भी रहा है. AIMS perhaps has no problem or perhaps has a problem. I know it's not so spontaneous. So, industry academia के connect के लिए क्या होना चाहिए? What are the building blocks? इसकी चर्चा आप सारी चैम्बर्स इकट्ठे होकर करिए. And I have one small suggestion on this one. आप regional hubs को create करिए. So, मान लीजिए मोहाली की बात कर रहे हैं या लखनऊ की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें कुछ एक ग्रुप बना दीजिए. क्या एक कन्वीनिंग नहीं हो सकती कि where academics and industry have a forum and you meet every 2 months in a certain way? कोई राउंड टेबल हो, कुछ हो. नज़दीक वाले को तो ले ही सकते हैं, क्यों नहीं? तो this is a specific suggestion, because I think easy to say, every report that I read and I write, we say industry academia partnership. हर जगह लिखा होगा. But I think the building blocks are not there. Please, from the room, give suggestions to the chamber, and working together with other chambers, all of us, can we create these hubs? We'll call it pharma, industry, academia hubs, or convening, or coalitions. तो region wise करते हैं, national भी करिए, सब national भी करिए, लेकिन जहाँ पे ये hub, जहाँ पे ये काम हो रहा है, वो spontaneously ये चर्चा होनी चाहिए. And I think this is a very important missing link. आगे हमें मुश्किल होने वाली है. The success of biopharma, Shakti, success of Bio-E3 policy, the PRIPS, and what ICMR does in this regard, in a very critical way depends on that connect. And I think that connect should be therefore formally instituted. So please, let's follow on this. Let's sit down. There are other stakeholders and find out how this has to be done. Number 3, I want us to be mindful of what we experienced yet again few years ago, COVID-19. This is not the last epidemic, you know it better than me. Such things will happen. Nobody knows when. So future pandemic preparedness is one imperative that you should be conscious of, at least as real, like leaders. What does it mean this time around? It means that we created vaccines in about 9 months' time. Fortunately, we were in step with the rest of the world. जब हमारे 2 वैक्सीन हुए तो उससे 2 हफ्ते पहले ही UK और USA ने वैक्सीन बनाया. A great success. But next time around, the world is pitching for creating a functional vaccine within 100 days, not in 300 days. They will create perhaps in 100 days, or they'll pitch for it. Are we ready? Is the industry ready? What does it mean if you have to prepare things in 100 days? It means a lot of work should be done now, when there is no pandemic. You prepare for war when there is no war. It means that there are viral families which are likely to, for example, likely to cause potential pandemic, out of which those pathogens will emerge. This seems to be the thinking, and the WHO thinking. Things are in the public domain. What is not in the public domain is the threats that may be biosecurity threats, distinct from this one. But we should be ready for that. But only the system, if there, would be making us ready for even biosecurity. So we have these viral families or potential pathogens. On them, we should be working on potential vaccine candidates. We need to understand their immunological constructs. We should finish our preclinical studies. We should perhaps move, we should move to early phase 2 studies and be ready to mount phase 3 studies should the pandemic strike, unfortunately. We have to be at that stage so that you finish the clinical trial and you have the vaccine available within 100 days. It's a tough call. आज tough लग रही है, लेकिन आप सोचो, इसके बिना कोई चारा है क्या? Imagine if the vaccine in the world had become available in 100 days for COVID-19. I don't have the number offhand now. The COVID-19 deaths were happening like this, or let's say cases were happening like this, like this, like this. By the time the vaccine came here, the cases and the deaths were here. Imagine if it was here. How many lives would have been saved? Please, this should be a discourse. We're happy to work on this. There is a report from NITI on pandemic preparedness in the public domain. It has those elements. The CEPI and other organizations are internationally working in this area. But I think apart from what the government would do and is doing through the One Health mission and more, I want us to be thinking about it. This should not be forgotten. And I also want to mention here that even though we succeeded with vaccines and diagnostics in COVID-19, for new drugs, our journey actually was not so successful. Remdesivir was the only one global. हमारे और कौन सा नया molecule हमें उसमें पैदा कर पाए? So please, but next time around, it may be the drugs that will make the difference. The monoclonal antibodies may be the first one to be saving us. And that should happen in the same period of 100 days. And diagnostics should happen in 30 days. This is the imperative for future preparedness. More of this we can discuss in another forum, but I want, at least as a chamber, we have to be mindful of this. You cannot let this agenda be away from your radar screen. Please keep this in mind and tell us how this is to be handled. My last submission here is picking up on the need for research and development, which is all-pervasive theme today from our side, is how do we measure our progress with regard to pharma research, development, and innovation? How do we measure? आप value को measure करते हैं in terms of turnover, volume को in terms of the products. How do we measure this? So also, Satyaji, I'm just thinking, should we have for our own selves India Pharma Research Development Innovation Index? हम measure तो करें. कहाँ पे हैं आज? We can start with a number like 1,000. Okay, we are at 1,000. And what are the ingredients of this? Are there any such indicators of this globally? Gregory, you can let us know, so that we measure our collective progress. उसी पे नहीं छूट जाए randomly कि एक जवाब बना दिया हमने वो CAR-T एक बनाया. Now we have a potential cure for hemophilia. It's going to be in the market. We may have some antibodies, in the market. We have a huge potential. But then what does it mean in terms of the speed, in terms of incremental gain, and hopefully someday disruptive and quantum jumps that we visualize? So is there a measure? If there is one, I'd like to be educated. If not, should we please like to create one on which we measure? You measure export, you measure value, turnovers. How do we measure the research, development, and innovation output of our collective output of our pharma for us to guide as we move into this direction? Is the goal, and medicines and vaccines that you produce keep us healthy. And thank you for doing it. So I urge you, please consider these 4 points for kind consideration and more. We are here to listen to you. We are here to facilitate. It's been such a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, the pleasure was all ours to have you here. Your points are well taken and will be acknowledged. May I now take the honor to invite Sri Vishal H. Rajgriha, sir, for the co-chair Pharmaceuticals Manufacturing Committee, PHDCCI, for the concluding remarks and vote of thanks.
Respected Sri Satyaprakash ji, Dr. Vinod ji, Mr. Greg Smith, Dr. Ranjit ji, Sri Abhay Kumar ji, Dr. Nasir ji, friends, dignitaries, members of the industry, trade, and all into pharma industry, press, media. Thank you all for joining today. And today, as we talk on pharma, today's topic is very interesting. It says healthcare equity reaching every citizen of Viksit Bharat. And when we talk about Viksit Bharat, it's about how we are contributing for the healthcare when India becomes Viksit. And when we talk about that, it's about adding value. So if we take note of what Dr. Vinod told right now, it was very interesting. He patted us very well. He told we have done a commendable job. Then eventually he drew our attention towards IPRD index, innovation index. He wants us to quantify what research we are doing. And then wants us to basically move from pharmacy of world to innovative pharmacy of world. He wants to say that yes, you need to move not to have only value, but move from volume to value, such that the numbers are bigger. Today we are third in volume and 11th in value. So how can we graduate from that? So on that note, Sri Satyaprakash ji told that India is moving towards biologicals and a good outlay is set by scheme of Biopharma Shakti of 10,000 crores, wherein NIPERs will be set, 1,000 clinical trial centers will be set, and there will be, of course, chemical-based products in use. So we need to have a very good mix that how do we grow, how do we mature our industry. And for that, it is very necessary that we keep innovating. Innovation is the key to answer for our growth story. And such that India is seen not as a generic service provider or generic product provider, but as a value-based product provider, as an innovation hub. On that note, I would like to draw an attention to what Madam told during her speech, Dr. Vishala. She drew an attention of ImmunoAct, a CAR-T company which has done biological research and which is commendable in biological space, which shows that India is now pacing towards research and can have strides to do. Furthermore, when we say how do we become self-reliant and growth-paced, we can look forward that yes, if there are companies which are manufacturing pharma products, then we need to have a backward integrated API industry, because we need to be, as per +1 strategy, we need to be self-reliant for manufacturing within India. For that, having encashed on PLI schemes, getting API manufactured within India could be a very good strategy. Then we have a very good PRIP scheme, of which some focus was given by Dr. Vinod. In PRIP scheme, it is an outlay of 5,000 crores. The focus is on medtech, innovation, and so all the ideation, innovation, including API, could be done. And even the academic collaboration could be done with that note. So there is a lot that can be done together, and resilience is also required such that industry is available to serve during the tough times such as pandemic or war, and we are self-sufficient to manufacture within the country and be able to supply, not only within India, but overseas. I would also like to draw some of the things told by the panelists, like our industry is growing and contributing, and we have been able to localize some of the production of KSMs. And like Dr. Vishala told, that we have been doing a good, there is a change in GCP practices. CDSU is having a shift into their regulations to harmonize, which will help industry. One more thing, one very interesting thing, Dr. Greg told, that quality is a shared policy. And on that note, if we see the numbers, India has highest number of US FDA registered sites as per his slide, and the number of warning letters issued in India was the least in his site as compared to the regional players. So this is very commendable. I think we should applaud to us ourselves. And after this conclusion, I think I would like to thank Sri Satya Prakash ji, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharma, for his valuable presence and his insightful address. Very thank you, Dr. Vinod Paul Saab, for your vision and guidance. Equally thankful to Shri Greg Smith, Country Director, India US FDA, who gave a very insightful representation about US FDA and how US FDA is working within India. Thank you, Mr. Abhay Kumar Srivastava ji, for your valuable presence. My sincere thanks and appreciation to Mr. Ranjit Mehta and Dr. Jamal Nasir from PHDCCI. And with this, I believe the pharmacy of world, will not be only pharmacy of world. I'll give a think tank to you that how do we change our Indian pharma ecosystem from brain drain to brain gain, not only for capital, but for capital, innovation, R&D, academic collaboration, such that we continue to get investment and brain is invested such that better output, a better productivity, and enhanced products can be given for our better industrial growth. Thank you so much.
We will now be having the release of report on API, jointly prepared by PHDCCI and GOPHD, authored by Dr. Maimoona Akhtar, Professor of Pharma Medicinal Chemistry, Director CTSI, Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi. So I request for the release of report on API. Thank you. May I now request Dr. Ranjit Mehta, Shri Vishal H. Ragriha sir, Shri Abhay Kumar Srivastav sir, and Dr. Nasir Jamal to please felicitate our guests. May we please first get the mementos. Felicitation for Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Government of India. Felicitation for Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Member Niti Aayog, Government of India. May I request you to felicitate Shri Satya Prakash TL Sir, IAS, Joint Secretary, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. Felicitation for Shri Gregory Smith, Country Director, India Office, US FDA. Felicitation for Shri Gregory Smith, Country Director, India Office, US FDA. Thank you. Felicitation for Dr. A. Visala, Joint Drug Controller, CDSCO, Directorate General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Networking TV.
There's a gift.
Yes. Our gifting partners, Sunrise, the Korean skin brand. Yes.
They have launched, I would like to tell about it.
Yeah. Sunrise, a natural cosmetic gifting hamper. Sonrisa, a modern skincare brand inspired by advanced Korean skin research and a deep respect for skin health. The products developed with a clear purpose to support skin gently, consistently, and responsibly. Sir? I request all the guests to join us for a group photograph. I just Googled it. Thank you. This marks the end for the inaugural ceremony. We now have a networking tea break. I request all of you to please join us at 12 p.m. sharp for the first session, which is on redefining India's pharmaceutical leadership from volume to value.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
You are leaving or Chali sir, see you sir. Okay. I know this. We have to put it under essential commodity. Yeah. Thank you for all the things. उनको देना है ना, मैं जेर सर के साथ. ये सर कौन आ रहा है? इधर आ जाओ. इनको पैक कर देना.
प्लेट लगा दिया प्लेट लगा दिया ओ बाहर जाना पड़ा मुझे पानी वानी चेंज करा दिया इनको या डाल दो ऑर्डर नहीं ये सब सेम ही है इसके अंदर ना देखो तब प्रोग्राम हो सीधा लगाना कितने है क्रॉस है अभी है चलो आगे पीछे होगा ठीक है ना अरे यार वो वेटर वगैरह कहाँ गए कहाँ चले गए
मैं बोलती हूँ किसी होटल स्टाफ को
ये ले आया हमें बाहर भेज दिया ना वो लेके वो आए थे गेस्ट टेंट कार्ड यही है क्या हमारे पास बस नहीं वो भारी गाड़ी क्या ड्राइवर को दे दो ड्राइवर को दे दो कोई इशू नहीं मैसेज नहीं तो मैं तो कैसे फोन करूंगा ड्राइवर को भी बुलाओ पकड़ाओ से छोड़ के थोड़ा है कोई बात नहीं कोई
A very good afternoon. We would be beginning with the first session. May I request all the guests to be seated? I request all our guests to be seated. We will be beginning with the session. The first session on redefining India's pharmaceutical leadership from volume to value, driving innovations and R&D in high-value pharmaceuticals, biologics, and advanced therapies, building capacity in biosimilars and biopharmaceutical manufacturing to enhance global competitiveness. May I please request the moderator for this session, Dr. Amulya K. Panda, Associate Director, Panasia Biotech. I will also take the honor to invite our panelists, Dr. Arvind Kukreti, Deputy Drugs Controller, CDS CO, Shri Gautam Bhattacharya, CEO, Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council, Shri Namit Joshi, Chairman, Pharma Excel, Shri Vipul Kumar Gupta, VP and Head, Corporate Affairs and Policy, CIPLA, Ms. Nitika Garg, Founder, Sonrisa Healthcare and Ex-Director, OPPI. Dr. Peddy Reddy, General Manager, R&D Mabs and Vaccines, Serum Institute of India. Dr. Raj K. Shirumala, Mission Director, National Biopharma Mission, BIRAC. Dr. Tarun Sharma, Professor and Head, Department of Medical Devices, NIPER, Mohali. The first session, Redefining India's Pharmaceutical Leadership from Volume to Value. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Just to have past 12, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for giving me this task of doing one of the most difficult things we have been talking, how to interact with academia, industry, and then take innovation.
It's very easy to say innovation, but those who do, you know, this is the most difficult thing, and we don't do that much. It is very intriguing that the PHDCCI has very nicely put volume to value. I'll just speak 2-3 points before I give it to my esteemed colleagues. Volume to value. I think as a country we need both, because we have to cater 1.4 billion people. If you are making antibiotics, we need few million tons. If you want to make insulin, you need 5-10 tons. If you want to make a CAR T, you need 1 liter. So I think we are at a crossroad. We need to do both volume and value simultaneously, because we have an underprivileged population which cannot afford. And according to the Viksit Bharat program, we need to provide drugs and pharmaceutical at a cheaper rate. That's where the scale or volume come. I remember when you talk about scale, the industry will talk about things like when 40 years back, when we were taught in the classroom, scaling up means geometry. You want to make 1 milligram per liter, make 1 million liter plant and design. Those things have changed now. Now scaling up means density. Can you do it in a small scale? Scaling up is continuous manufacturing. It is not there. I think while thinking about value to volume to value, we need to incorporate these two things. And particularly, there are esteemed panelists here sitting on biopharma and biologicals, which are the talk of the day today, whether it is biosimilar or a CAR T product. You must understand these biologics are produced at a very dilute concentration, maximum 10. These are not urea or hydrochloric acid, you make 100%. It is all water intensive. You need to develop new process, new innovative way of process. These are all heat labile products, shelf life is less. So you need to innovate the manufacturing process. I think if you go to an industry, you talk to a manufacturing guy, he do a very mundane job. They don't really enjoy. But time has come to introduce the concept of innovation also in manufacturing. I don't know how many of you know, there are already Center for Innovation in Manufacturing in big universities. In fact, a new term is coming, which is called innovation in manufacturing, that is innofacturing. I think in the morning, all the panelists were telling, we don't have option. We have to do innofacturing. And I am very much delighted that the PHDCCI has put a number of esteemed panels who start from basic biology of invention to translation, to manufacturing, to supply chain, to regulatory, to industry, as well as for marketing and things. We all are here. In fact, thanks to Aditi for getting all the Galaxy people in a very sequential order so that we can start from invention till we market it outside the country. All Galaxy people are sitting here. So what I'll do is, my job is very simple. I will start with the invention first, because all innovation manufacturing start with invention. And let me introduce my colleagues. The right-hand side is Professor Sharma. He is from NIPER. Then we have Dr. Raj from Bairak. We have Dr. Reddy from Siram. We have Nitika Garg, the entrepreneur. We have Mr. Joshi, the chairman of Pharmacil. And we have Gautam Bhattacharya. He is the skill development. At the end of it, because everything has to go through regulatory, so we have Dr. Kurkriti, he will tell. So you have a galaxy of things. What I'll do is, I'll start the way the invention goes to the market. Invention, translation, facilitation by BIRAC type people, then regulatory, then marketing, then industry, and finally manufacturing things. So I'll start with Professor Sharma. How can India build a strong culture of innovation? And because if we have to be an innovative country, the source of innovation has to start from an academic. I'm not saying that industry cannot innovate, but the majority of our people are in very good academic institutes. How do you develop that culture of innovation? It is something like all the pharmacy people or manufacturing, we say quality by design, that has to be built on. So the innovation concept has to be built on. So I'll start with Professor Sharma. How do you initiate the concept of innovation to the young people so that we go in the pipeline from invention to manufacturing to marketing and finally to get money?
So, good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Panda, for asking such a pertinent question. So basically, I come from academia, and you know that academia are the root which fuel innovation. What you see is fruit which comes from the industry, but actually innovation is coming from the academia. And this quality by design concept is, very good concept from the compliance perspective or regulatory perspective. But that now there is time that we need to reinterpret this, and we should embed it in our academic system also, where we can define quality target product profile from the beginning, critical quality assurance, critical, material attributes also, and critical process parameter also. So if we understand these parameters of quality by design from the beginning, that will certainly help us clearing regulatory path very smoothly. And government has taken many initiative to bridge this gap so that we can translate faster our idea into a commercially viable product. In addition to this, there is also need to change the mindset. Of course, the curiosity-driven research is very, very important, but we should also focus on a purpose-driven research. So instead of asking question that what can we study, we should ask question that, what bigger problem we can solve, what pain point we can address. That would really help in order to innovate. And Dr. Paul recently, he was talking about the innovation ranking of the India. So currently we are ranked as 38th as per the global index of innovation. Of course, we have moved from 48th rank to 30th in the last 5 years, but there is a long distance that we need to cover. So for that, we need a ecosystem, and that ecosystem should be failure-tolerant ecosystem. So if we want to innovate, we should embrace failure also, and we should normalize failure as a learning. That would certainly help to innovate. And industry-academia interface he was talking about, which is very, very important. So we need support from the industry, and it would be really nice. If we really want to innovate, we should have industry on board from the beginning. That would help us understanding the need of the industry, because, sometime when we talk to the industry always say that there is a huge gap what industry needs and what academia is offering. So to bridge that gap, we should work coherently, very closely, seamlessly, so that we can innovate better. In addition to this, I think I would like to also emphasize the fact that we need, because industry need is evolving very rapidly, so we need to change our curriculum as per industry need so that we can innovate better. That would certainly help. And in addition to this, we also need to build a convergent ecosystem where we should have people, well-skilled people, well-trained people having knowledge of different dimension. Like, for example, I'm coming from medical devices. So here you need expertise of biology, you need expertise of health science, you also need understanding of engineering also. So we need to train manpower so that they should be jack of all trade and master of one instead of master of none. So they should have understanding of different dimension. Then only you can innovate better. And we should work in a close collaboration. So these are my thoughts. And I strongly believe that if we go in this direction, we will certainly be able to innovate better. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll begin with what he left, a convergent ecosystem. I think all you agree, once you invent, you need a bunch of people who can really translate the invention to innovation pipeline. And who better than Mr. Bhattacharya, who is imparting skill, his institute is trying to instill that skill of understanding and analyzing the beauty of science, translating into a product pipeline, so that things. So the beginning starts. So I'll ask you, what are the bottlenecks in translating those scientific ideas to a pipeline which can eventually go to a product? I think your comments on this.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, PhD, Chamber of Commerce, thank you very much for inviting. Getting a place in the first panel with the topic of skill development is a big achievement for me. Generally, it is reserved for the last, as it is generally seen in the business plans also of the organization, that skill development ho jayega, kar lenge. But I don't think we can kind of do it anymore like this. So before I start, I would like to inform everybody that there is a central ministry, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, which is responsible for skilling the entire nation with the right kind of skills so that the industry gets benefited. We are part of that ministry, and we are focused on life sciences, pharma, biopharma, medical device, R&D, and we try to help industry with providing skilled manpower for all the job roles that you have and for all the kind of manpower requirement that you have. Now, I'll answer your question. So imagine a case study in which an operator is working in any manufacturing domain till about yesterday a certain way, and from tomorrow you expect him to work exactly differently. How it can happen overnight? Unless you've skilled that manpower with that particular kind of skill that you're expecting that person to translate into the work. In my opinion, the key ingredient for our success of innovation or of our development ambitions, of our benchmarks that we have set for ourselves is only and only possible when we have skilled manpower who's able to deliver this. Now, easy said than done. How do we do it is the question. I think after spending about multiple years in this ecosystem, talking to the industry, talking to academia, talking to all the relevant people, one thing is clear, that for us to achieve the innovation target, for us to achieve the target that we have set for ourselves, the education has to move to the labs. So imagine organization like Jamia, and I know Dr. Akhtar, we have had this conversation. So we've talked about a solution that, what if we create a lab in which the student gets a hands-on inside the academic institution? And Dr. Sharma, you talked about exactly the same thing, right? So for industry's requirement, council continuously interface with the industry. We understand what are the skill gap. We conduct national skill gap study. From there, we know what are the skill gaps, and then we go to the academic institutions, set up specifically skill labs in which the students are getting hands-on, and then those students join the organization. Small example, so far if you hire a BTech, a Biotech or B.Pharm or M.Pharm student, hardly except for the institutions of eminence, you find somebody who's hands-on to do a HPLC, right? Put them on HPLC on the day one and they will kind of fumble. Why? If that is so basic as this. So if we have such labs created inside the academic institutions, I think this is one way of addressing or managing the skill gaps. I'll give you a small example here. We are proud owner of a skill called Chemical Lab Technology, which is part of the World Skill Competition, which is going to be organized nationally from 29 to 29, 30, 31st in Noida. Now this is a world skill competition, is almost like an Olympics. Last year we trained one BITS Pilani student and he stood 6th in the overall world competition in France, Lyon. This time it is in China. So we are having this national competition of chemical lab technology, which we have owned as a Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council, and we are promoting it. It is the graduate students who are required to have a skill which even the master students or master degree holders cannot have. FTRI, work on HPLC, work on all such kind of devices are required in world skill competition. This is where the world is. And our education system has to integrate this as early as possible. So my answer to your question, sir, is that if we have infrastructure which we have created in the industrial cluster, in the academic institutions, of giving hands-on skills, of the skill gaps that we have identified as a skill council, we should be able to provide industry with the skilled manpower, and that will propel the entire transformation from just being knowledgeable theoretically to having knowledge hands-on, and will be able to deliver results which will be multifold than what we are having today.
Thank you. So from invention to skill, the next step is how do you translate this skill? And no. He will be explaining how, after you find a person, you skilled him, how the TRL scheme helps in actually proving or taking the invention towards the path of innovation. Dr. Raj. So the question to you, Dr. Raj, is how BIRAC contribute towards developing the TRL concept, and what better way you can improve so that many more things which die in the lab can be put into a pipeline for industrial evaluation.
Thank you, Dr. Panda, and thank you, PhD Chambers, for inviting me. It's a privilege to share what we do in BIRAC. As you rightly pointed out, BIRAC, whenever you think of innovation, I think first thing what people come to mind is BIRAC. And that's because we cover end-to-end the entire value chain of innovation. Suppose if you are in an ideation stage, we have something called a BIG grant, which covers TRR 1 to 4. Once you have got a proof of concept, you can come for a CBRI grant, and for a late stage development, BIPP. At the product development, product launch stage, we have something called PCP, Product Commercialization Program Fund. And now we have various instruments of investments, not just the funding in terms of grants, but in terms of loans, in terms of equity for startups. We have, seed fund, leap fund, ACE fund for the equity schemes. We have recently launched a scheme for large-scale investment in the product development life cycle, right from TLR 4 up to the product development, which is mainly for deep tech, which is called the RDI fund, with ANRF, which is called RDIF BIRAC fund, which is a 2,000 crore fund. In addition, we are also, through the Bio E3 policy, we have also supported a lot of infrastructure in terms of biofoundries, where you can come for your pilot scale manufacturing. You can also come for commercial manufacturing. 21 biofoundries have been supported till now, which is one of the largest cluster of biofoundries in the world. In addition, a lot of other infrastructures are in place, like the BioNests and EUR centers. Like we have about 100 BioNests, the incubation centers, where close to 3,000 companies have already incubated and benefited. If you look at BIRAC, we have till now screened more than 40,000 proposals, which is humongous. You can understand the scale of operations that we have done, where thousands of startups, academic proposals have been approved and supported. In addition, there are other mission programs like the one that I head, which is the National Biopharma Mission, where we have created about 25 facilities across the country, which is from discovery level to validation levels, including the animal testing facilities, then scale-up facilities. And for medical devices, we have created facilities for prototyping, validation, as well as clinical development. We have created a clinical trials network of 46 sites, which include 10 sites for the vaccine development and 36 sites for hospital-based clinical trials for both biopharmaceuticals as well as medical devices. In addition, I think we have for the first time also experimented with Translation Research Consortium, where we brought together academia as well as industry and excellently transformed, as Dr. Pandya was talking, how once innovation is discovered, how do you translate, You need an industry partner to translate those inventions into commercializable propositions, which has been demonstrated well in the consortiums which we have created, where one of the success stories has been the hepatitis E vaccine, which has just successfully completed the phase 2 trial and has shown promising activity. This is the first hepatitis E vaccine in the country where we could bring together academic labs, government labs, hospital, as well as industry together to deliver the goods. In addition, a lot of times in academia, we develop technologies but are sitting in the shelf. But in the absence of a technology transfer mechanism, so for the first time in the country, we have, through the National Biopharma Mission, we have created a network of 7 technology transfer offices across the country, which has already supported more than 1,000 patent filings across the country, and which has also done more than 125 technology transfers from academia to the industry for commercialization. This is first of its kind, again done through the National Biopharma Mission. Coming to the skill, again, a skill is skilling. We have all the infrastructure, all the funding, mentorships, everything, but skilling is again a major, constraint, very well recognized earlier. But I think here again we have done almost like 50 different skilling programs over the last 5-6 years, ranging from biopharma, manufacturing to regulatory, to all aspects of biopharma, medical devices. 50 programs of high-skilled, high advanced level programs, even early-stage programs. We have covered more than 8,000 trainees in these 50 programs across the country. Some of them were in clinical development also, lasting for more than 6 days, which have now become a benchmark for training in clinical research. In addition, we have also created a lot of other facilities to support clinical research, like biorepositories, even cell banking facilities, and also immunogenicity testing facilities. In addition, we have also not only supported innovation in the biopharma, but also social innovation through programs like SPERSH, through programs like GCI with the Gates Foundation. And also we have partnered with CEPI. In the morning, we saw Dr. Paul talk about pandemic preparedness. We have tied up with CEPI, and which is called the IND-CEPI in India. And we are also working towards pandemic preparation. I would also like to share, just to supplement what Dr. Panda has said in the morning, that we have supported a lot of vaccines during the COVID pandemic. 2 of them, like the DNA vaccine that he talked about, was funded by NBM. And also the mRNA vaccine that he talked about was funded by the IND-CEPI. And in addition, not just the vaccines, we also supported a whole range of, diagnostics, which he said was a critical aspect. More than 20 crore diagnostics could be manufactured in the manufacturing facility that was supported by NBM, which came really handy during the pandemic. So we have created capacities, we have created skills, we have created a pipeline. And we are very proud of what we are doing. Thank you.
Great. So once you invent, we have skilled people, we have a process through BIRAC to translate the innovation. Then who will manufacture? I think we know we are the pharmacy capital of the world. Every third vaccine children use in the world is produced by Serum Institute of India, and no better than Dr. Reddy, who is from Serum Institute, is here with us. So the question to you, Dr. Reddy, is India has established a strong portfolio in API and drugs. You need to translate that to vaccine, modern vaccines and biologicals. What method and what priorities you will set from a manufacturing point of view so that all the invention and translation goes to the market?
Yeah. Firstly, thank you, Dr. Panda, and I thanks PHDCCI for the invitation. So today, I'll just tell about my profile also. So I am working in R&D. I handle monoclonal antibody manufacturing and initial process development also. We are from today morning, we are talking about volume to value. So volume here, what we are referring to our earlier brand as we were called as Pharmacy of the World, and we were mostly focusing on the volumes. And now we are moving towards biologics, biotech products and biosimilars. And we are calling as value innovations because these are considered as little complex molecules compared to pharma or generic products. So I'm seeing a lot of young crowd is here attending this conference. So I would like to tell something which is really when we are handling these things, what type of complexity these molecules, challenging factors give to the operators or to the industries. It will be very strange if I tell that many of us will be knowing this, but I would like to put forward to all the young crowd that the process of one batch manufacturing of monoclonal antibodies nearly takes about 40 to 45 days. And you can imagine these are firstly complex because their size is huge and they are very complex proteins and very unstable and very difficult to maintain the parameters. So as such, if anything which you need to do for 45 days or 40 days, you can imagine how critical it is to maintain the parameters. So wherever these molecules are manufactured, they have to use very precisely controlled equipments. So the engineering innovations has to be there. Not only the biotech industry, I also put forward that engineering industries, automation industry, software industry, everybody has to come together, and then we can do this called of getting into biosimilar markets and manufacturing. Though many pharma giants and biotech giants are able to now very much control these manufacturing activities, we are proud that our country has on its own has controlled the worst pandemic we have seen, and we are also able to support other countries. So that is a good appreciation we should give to every one of us who are in the biotech field. I think we can clap on that we have controlled it very well, which others were surprised, with other MNCs were surprised, other countries were surprised, developed countries were surprised. And this is all because of whatever progress till today we have made with the good regulatory support, with the government support. Recently, the Pharma Shakti, Biopharma Shakti is very good innovation, a very good introduction to this industry, and I think this will definitely help us to establish this biosimilar manufacturing and biosimilar products. Coming to, I can quickly make this strengths and some challenges for this. Strengths are that we are already established in the generic field and we have good reputation there. We have good scientific pool here. So unlike we are listening from morning onwards that our universities are trying to cope up with the requirement and they are trying to provide more training to students on industrial basis. So everybody is gearing up now. So I think this will give good workforce to this field. And we have good strength in already having vaccine manufacturing knowledge, MAPS knowledge, and other VLPs and viral vectors. So all new fields are also coming in. So we are not very far from making ourselves as global leaders in this field. Coming to some of the challenges are like huge operational cost is involved in. So initially to start the any industry, I think now what Dr. Shrumala has said about the BIRAC funding and all, I came to know many fundings are there at various stages of the development. So this could be a very good initiative for this. And other challenges are like lot of patents are existing, but out of these challenges, some patent cliffs we are going to see in future, like from 2025 to 2030, where majority of the MABs and some oncology and cardiovascular based or other immunological drugs will be expiring, and this is a good opportunity and good time that we make this entry here, and we should try to see that this opportunity to be taken, and we can supply these affordable vaccines and affordable products to globally to help the need. And I think with all this expertise, we can do very much better in biosimilars. Thank you.
Thank you. Once the innovation or invention come to manufacturing, the most difficult thing is regulation. Unfortunately, in academics, we don't understand them, and you always scared of, oh, this regulator. Please remember, we are making a drug for human use. Safety, purity, and consistency is utmost importance. And particularly if you are making biologics, particularly if you are making vaccine, like I am involved in making vaccine, please remember, drug is given to a diseased person, vaccine is always given to a healthy person, to a kid, forget about COVID, to a kid who is not developed. So safety, purity, efficacy is of utmost importance. And who better than the drug controller office, Dr. Arvind, is a good friend, to tell what is this importance. And to you, Dr. Arvind, how the regulatory framework can better facilitate the new drug discovery. And more importantly, we need to go through a clinical trial. I mean, we are still lacking how exactly to get bioequivalence data using animal model to translate to human behavior. Your comments and advice, please.
Thank you, Dr. Panda, for giving this very pertinent question, which is very relevant for biologics today, especially monoclonal antibodies and biosimilars. Let me tell you exactly what has already been done in India and what is happening. I'll just put it in two parts. What has happened is that, if you just go back 20 years back, in early 2000, Indian smaller group of companies, they started doing biologics, including vaccine and then biotech products. And in 2007, we came up with first biosimilar in the world, which is rituximab. This is what has happened in India. And if you see that journey, since then, perhaps we have 4 or 5 molecules, in biosimilar. Nivolumab is the latest one, PD-1 blocker. Everybody is, working on this. Like GLP-1, everybody is working. Similarly, for PD-1, everybody is working. So, nivolumab, pertuzumab, adalimumab. If you ask me, there are several MABs which became first in the world. So, I think our industry needs a good round of applause for this particular, So, at that time, what we have is around 20-25 companies. Now we are reaching 50 companies, bigger players are now coming into this arena. I think this is very fantastic. And what the government is today saying is healthcare equity. For healthcare equity, it is very difficult unless and until we are able to produce high value product at a very low price and a good quality product. This is what is the need of the hour. And if we see the whole business of drugs, including biologics is the most costlier products. They are the leading brands also. Keytruda, everybody knows that this is the topmost, valued brand, and it is going to be out of patent in 2028. And most of the Indian companies, they have started working on it. So,
in fact, last year they sold one product, Keytruda, $32 billion.
Yes.
$32 billion.
Yeah, so ultimately, it is a journey which is going to take every company, long addition of indication is a very big problem. Now I'll just add two more things, repurposing is something which is very, very important. Tenecteplase was approved for, it's a clot buster used for MI. Then they came with a separate indication in AIS, and it was approved, after 6-7 years in 2016. We also know bevacizumab, it has a AMD, it can be used, and perhaps a clinical trial first in the world has been done in India, and perhaps we will see, it is being coming up, for marketing in the country very soon. So this is another area where, a lot of research can happen and things can improve. In regulatory front, if you ask me, what has changed, there is tremendous impetus of government to do away with redundant thing, focus on, as you have said, that focus on safety, quality and efficacy part more than per se licensing part. We have recently done, intimation system for R&D. If somebody is doing R&D work, earlier you have to take licenses, it used to take 3 months. Now it is, you just make application and you get the intimation immediately. So we are not looking at it right now, though there will be a background work, we will be looking at the things, who is the new player coming in, what they are doing, we would like to see that. But somehow this part has already been done. Now, what we are doing in terms of a biosimilar, if you see, we had 2016 guidelines. Now we have just, last year published 2025 biosimilar guidelines. The whole shift is towards analytical comparability now. So unless and until that orthogonal characterization of your molecule with a reference product meets, then there is no need of preclinical toxicity studies. So more reliance on orthogonal characterization than looking at non-clinical methods, bioassays particularly. If you have, those things are good, there is no need to do any animal toxicity study. Then you come to the clinical part. In clinical part also there is more reliance on comparable pharmacokinetics. If you have PD marker, it is good to have, PD included, or, if you see the whole world, whether it is EMA or US FDA, they have already given very clear indication that perhaps it is not required to have efficacy as a primary, endpoint. They are looking at as a secondary endpoint. Primary impetus is on comparability, PK comparability. And in this guideline, what we have published in 2025, it basically resonates the same. We are saying that preclinical toxicity can be, waived. There is no need of in some cases, even the phase 3 studies, there are few cases where there will be requirement of efficacy, comparability for bevacizumab is one of the or ranibizumab is one of the molecules in that regard. So, apart from this, I heard Dr. Sharma saying that the academia is looking at, CQAs, critical quality attribute, then critical process parameters. It is very good, this is how the academia can align themselves to regulatory things. I really wish that our premium institute, they study more, they do more project on, critical guidelines, critical things which are happening across the globe, have our own view. If a institute, sometime we discuss in our regulatory front, and we wish that we have one institute who's doing, Institute of Excellence in Toxicology, one doing excellence in, immunology. So if we have those type of institutes who become the, a spokesperson of India in those areas, perhaps all those journey, the journey of innovation is something which is very, very difficult and rigorous. So we have to tread that path, and if academia and institution, they can come together, perhaps we can have very good, and definitely, skill is something which is very important. I don't want to miss that. Unless we have skillful people, whatever we are going to do is going to be. So the whole ecosystem is building, is going towards it. Government is working on it. Bioshakti mission, Bioshakti has already been announced. I think we are on a right path, and regulatory is always there for facilitation and helping industry innovation in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what is happening, this is my personal opinion, I don't know how many you agree. In last couple of years, the regulator has become a facilitator. That is the great signal which is coming, and this is a good thing for everybody. I go everywhere, you could see what Dr. Arvind is saying. Ms. Bose is here sitting, many people. I think a positive vibe is coming. That's good for all of us as a country. I think once the regulator clears a manufacturing, the next step is how you become globally competitive. I'll come to Mr. Joshi at the end, because you are the epitome of everybody. You will be at the end. So let me say, we have with us Mr. Gupta from Cipla. They manufacture in a global competitive way. We not only have to manufacture a bevacizumab or a biologics, but you have to be globally competitive. I think no better than Cipla, because they have been making this. I think to you, Mr. Gupta, what are the key challenges? How do you collaborate or get feedback both from regulator, from industry, from outside effects, so that you make a harmonized process so that you are not only competitive here, you are competitively, globally competitive. So that at the end of the day, we are everywhere. Your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Panda, for this question. First of all, I would like to express sincere thanks to PhD Chamber of Commerce for inviting me for this session. I'm Vipul Gupta. I'm working with Cipla as Vice President and Head of Corporate Affairs. And to answer your question, as you talk about the global competitiveness, so one of the case study, we were doing that, how India can become the hub for the innovation, and what's that where India is not doing and what other countries are doing. So to give the global framework, and recently we talk about the industry academia collaboration and skilling and skilled manforce and skilled all that things. So one thing I would like to tell, all of us are using Google, but Google was invited in a university, Stanford University, in 1996. So that's a product of industry academia collaboration which has came into existence. And if we look into the global scenario, if we look into the number of patents being filed, perhaps the US was at number 1, but now China has taken that position. China is filing the maximum number of patents, and from US, the innovation has moved to Europe, and then Shanghai has developed as a global hub, and then Singapore has also evolved considerably as a big hub. And Namit is sitting here, he knows the export data. But if we look into India, is exporting the drugs worth US dollar 9.5 or 10 billion to the US, and Singapore is exporting close to 5 billion, 4.63 billion USD. So such a small country, and the topic of the conference, how do we move from volume to value? So Singapore has proved that they are moving from volume to value because they are doing a lot of research, they are doing a lot of R&D, having high valued products over there. So that's how the global competitiveness is increasing. And if we look into China, what China has done differently. So first of all, as Dr. Kukreti also talked about the self-regulation for research and development. That's the one thing that they have started doing that. Approval process like self-regulation, and recently we came up with that. Then other thing is that lot of Dr. Paul talked about that, establishing the regional hubs and the regional centers and how industry, academia and regulator, it's basically a trio of AIR, which is academia, industry and regulator can work together to have that sort of framework where the ideas can convert it into the product. We are doing a lot of work. Students are doing a lot of PhD work or MPharm work or other researches, etc. But that work remain up to publications and all. How do we convert them into patents? How do we convert them into a commercialization? That's a big question. That's where China has done differently. That they basically identify the list of essential medicines or the disease of special relevance to the country, and they ask universities to work on that, and industry will collaborate with them and regulator will collaborate with them and try to do that sort of research. So that's how they become more globally competitive in the coming time. And other thing, we are talking about skilling. So one other thing that is being done is they have done the reverse brain drain. So whatever people has gone outside to Harvard, Oxford or someone, they have called them back to do the research in the country. So same sort of things we are doing in the India. Biopharma Shakti scheme and then PRIP scheme is something which is really going to boost the research and development in the country. And as Dr. Arvind talked about PD-1 and monoclonal antibodies and molecules getting approved, the focus is shifting towards the adaptive clinical trial pathways, where, as Dr. Arvind also talked, that in many of the clinical trial, efficacy is not the endpoint. So many times we see in adaptive clinical trial designs, we do not have a comparator. There is only one arm, which is one drug, and either it's a basket trial or an umbrella trial or platform trial kind of thing, which is getting approved in US, Europe, and even such molecules get approved in India also, and focuses on targeting the mutation and getting the approval of 5 indications in one go. So that sort of research is happening, that sort of adaptive clinical trial designs coming, which basically help in terms of getting the approval for the drugs for unmet medical needs and life-threatening diseases. So if we look into India, if we look into the global competitiveness, we are number one in terms of the generic, but the coming time is of innovation. Rather than make in India, we should move to innovate in India, and these schemes really talk about how we can innovate in India. And the regulations and the focus and the policy framework is really sportive at this point. So if we look into the global scenario that way, we can see ourselves doing more research in terms of the biologicals, biosimilars, and as we talk about, the biosimilar regulations from 2016 to 25 have evolved considerably, because now we are more dependent on the analytical techniques, and we are talking about the waivers in the clinical trial. So that's another important point where the molecule can get approved at a fast pace. So that's overall scenario which is evolving, and coming time we will look towards innovate in India, and we get more molecules in India. Thank you.
Great. See, all my esteemed panelists till now were from established companies, Serum, Cipla, government. We have with us Ms. Nitika. She is an entrepreneur. And we all talk about startup, but the real challenge is saying is easy, but doing is very difficult. But she has successfully developed. My question to you is how difficult it is to develop that, and particularly taking a technology, whether it is from India or abroad, and making that affordable in this country. How challenging it is, and what is the requirement to do many successful ventures?
First of all, thank you so much, PhD Chamber, for inviting me and having me over here. And thanks, Dr. Panda, for a very relevant question. So I spent close to 25 years in pharma industry, being a biotech graduate. Of course, totally navigating the path of being an entrepreneur. So I would just a little bit reframe that, how difficult it is. I would say what it takes to really get here, to bring something, which is right. It requires intent, it requires willingness. It also requires a lot of, I would say, courage. Korea actually was totally an uncharted place for me. K-Tech, we all have heard Korean technology. In automobiles, K-drama, K-pop, K-food, and the K-skincare, right? So 2 years before, I had no idea that, how much they have mastered the art of developing great formulations with a great technology. The products are like super light, very hydrating, and I was invited to Intercharm conference, and I took efforts because their consumer journey was very different. The consumer skin was very different. So bringing something for Indian skin, which is across the climate, across the spectrum, that is like relevant for us. So it did not only require intuitive research, consumer research, it required a lot of, I would say, structured consumer research, sitting with Koreans where the language obviously is a barrier, right? So 2 years it took me to really bring something which is very adaptive for our skin, our climate, and which is very safe, very efficacious, because I had to go through the permission of DCGI, CDSCO permission, and it obviously requires a rigorous check. The final thing comes on bringing these premium K-Tech product to something, which is sustainable from the cash flow point of view, yet it is affordable for the spectrum of the Indian population, having worked with both Indian multinationals and multinationals, with the strategic consumer research and the new product development background. I am very happy to say the first question which actually I get across now in the market is, such beautiful, wonderful formulations, how did you bring at this price? So I'm very happy. I would really urge all of you to do definitely try. These products are available on the website, Amazon, everywhere. And for me also, I was very fussy about which skincare product I should be using. And I so many good sunscreens, but yet there is a gap in the market. In my shelf, all about it. So I would say it requires willingness and courage. Thank you so much.
At the end, we have the most experienced person, Mr. Joshi, Chairman Pharmaceuticals. I think he's the epitome of all people are saying. And to you, sir, my question, we have signed a pre-trade agreement, so our production, manufacturing have to grow across the border. In other way, product in the country for local use, you must contribute something so that we contribute directly to our trade deficit in the country. Look at Cuba, small country, and contribute towards the trade deficit by selling hepatitis B vaccine and polysaccharide vaccine and interferon. When that will come to us, we know we are making, but we have to move up. All people are sitting here, we know everybody do. We need not to only manufacture, but we need to sell it to other countries. What is your opinion? How we can achieve that? Because we need foreign currency to improve our economy. Sorry, I think you can, no better than him, can talk about this, please.
So, thank you, Dr. Panda, for moderating this session. It seems to be a quite good balance between academia, industry, skill, regulation.
Thank you.
So
I think that credit goes to the organizer and Aditi.
Yes. So, and likewise, I would like to take the opportunity to thank PHDCCI for creating such a platform for us to express our views on that. Now, last but not the least, I would say that we started in 2004 under the Ministry of Commerce, and we tried to map the export volumes. And I remember it was $3.71 billion when we started mapping the exports. That was a requirement of the government of India to start focusing on the export promotion. And that is how Pharmaceuticals was created. And there were 16 other categories of Export Promotion Council were created then. And since then till now, there are almost 34 total export promotion activities happening under Ministry of Commerce. And proudly, I can say that we are listed among the top 4 Export Promotion Council, having a turnover of $30.46 billion US, which we clocked last year. It's a proud moment, and that is why we are called the pharmacy of the world in terms of volumes. But value, what we are talking about, we lag behind. We are 14th rank as of now. So there was a lot of debate, there was a lot of discussions happening inside the council, with the ministry, with the government, with everyone, that if we don't move to the value space, we will not be able to retain our position of being the pharmacy of the world. How to do that? So we have we have under chapter 29 around 218 codes, HSN codes, and under chapter 30 we have around 245 codes. Now there is no measurement, there is no mapping of the entire value chain of whatever we import, produce, export and sell. So our primary responsibility in PharmExcel is that we are venturing into that space, that we can do entire value chain mapping so that we can also create a white space, a strategy paper, that which country needs what, and as a country, as India, how should we position our pharmaceutical product categories. That is the first phase of our action. Now coming back to FTA, FTA actually generally are the facilitator of the trade barriers. Like we see that a lot of bilateral trade India has ventured into. So what we saw when from multilateral trade, we saw that geopolitical dynamics are changing. So government of India took this call of aggressively moving into a bilateral trade agreement, because if you go into a multilateral trade agreement, then what happens that a region trade policies have to be adhered for, and there where we saw we were losing our position in the market, because there were the competing countries who were using it much better the way we could have used it. So what we envisaged was that with the changing geopolitical dynamics, it is the best time for India to move into bilateral trade agreements, and that is why we signed so many FTAs in last 2 years, and the complete credit goes to the Ministry of Commerce, our CIM, Mr. Piyush Goyal and his department. I think all across the departments, I think this support came in. But then I would like to also mention the support what we received from the ancillary department in terms of CDSC also. See, pharmaceutical is not like a commodity trade where FTA can be signed simply by that I will sell you this much and I will import this much against a zero tariff regime. Pharma makes it more typical, because then you have to see the regulatory barriers which are coming in. You have to see the sort of commercial barriers, which generally translates into the taxation part. And then you have the capability situation. So from all these three aspects, pharmaceutical FTA, a part of FTA, pharmaceutical, makes it a little complex. But we are very glad to inform everyone that our 55% import comes from the two major regulated markets. Out of 30.46, I would say around 16 billion, or rather 15 billion, comes from Europe and US alone. And if you talk about segregating this, 10 billion approximately from US and 6 billion from Europe. So imagine a country's compliance quality standards that you have 55% of the revenue is coming from the most regulated markets. You cannot sell a product in a market which does not permit you to deviate from the quality standards, which have a strong. So the credit goes to the entire ecosystem, including CDSO, including state authorities, including the policy, government, and including the industrial capabilities, scaling it up. Now, this is the biggest facilitator for the Ministry of Commerce to enter into a free trade agreement. And that is how we are cashing upon. Our one word of caution, I would say, is that if we continue to focus on volume, we will not see the revenue we are seeing right now. Because onshoring post-COVID is the major threat to India. Because once the onshoring starts, we move from FDF exports to more bulk drug exports. And when we move into bulk drug, we will not be able to compete because we don't have that cost efficiency against China. So we foresee that we have to enter into a space of innovation. It is not, it's must to have for India to retain its position as pharmacy of the world. This is the statement which I want to place it here because it is the most crucial moment for us to take that or to maintain that growth levers in the global market. Innovation would be the breathing, or I would put oxygen for the industry in case we don't innovate. Now, there are two types of innovation. One, we already, as Kukareti ji also spoke, as Dr. Sharma also spoke, I think we are working in terms of biologics, in terms of monoclonal antibodies, in terms of complex generics. But we have to also look into the simple molecule, what we already produce. There are newer drug delivery systems. There are newer way of inducing the same drug, a generic pool. Because, see, if we consider 8 billion population, global population, only as per Pareto model of economics, 20% would be able to afford new innovative products. So we say 1.6 billion out of 8 billion who can afford to thrive on the new innovations which is coming up. But 6.4 billion would require a traditional pharmaceutical, chemical or enzymatically made products. So I think from that aspect, we cannot ignore the ongoing efforts on the generic side. And we can't ignore that. We should not ignore that because we are the pharmacy of the world. The only thing what we have to focus is that we have to bring in more innovation into already a generic pool where we can create more safe, more compliant and newer drug delivery systems for the same medicine. That is, I would like to conclude upon here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think anyone can ask one or two questions. Oh, yes, sir, please. I have already got a signal to wind up, so please be brief. You can discuss during lunch also. And I know they are the most esteemed panel in covering each aspect from invention to manufacturing to free trade agreement. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm Vipin Jain from Ethics Group of Companies. I worked at airport for 45 years almost. One question, I think Mr. Joshi mentioned one very relevant point. 55% of the revenue comes from Europe and USA. So what exactly is stopping us by not promoting the export to various countries? Because I think this gives a very big confidence to all the import countries that when we can supply to US and USA 55% revenue, why not to others? Thank you.
Yeah, it's, Mr. Jain, it's a good question also, and I would like to address it that every country also tries to mitigate that risk of over-dependency on particular region. So we also identified that. So our efforts are more towards now, okay, that is a value which is coming, but then we are also looking continuously towards our over-reliance on these two particular regions. So fortunately for us, and as per the efforts of the industry and everyone, I would say that this year the biggest change what we saw, or the shift what we are observing is that though we achieved 30.46 billion, but then these countries were growing in double digits. Europe, I would say, still was growing at 6 to 7%, but US was growing to the tune of 11 to 14%. And now what we saw is that Africa, which is a large volume consumer, we saw a growth which was not coming earlier to the tune of 14.28%. So we are also measuring it, and we are also positioning ourselves in this region. But then parallelly, I think the credit goes to CDSC also. and state drug controller also, we are also uplifting the quality standards of our MSMEs by implementing revised Schedule M. And I think that would be also the next fulcrum for our export promotion, because if MSME scale up to that level of compliance of Schedule M, then we become a part of a global compliance equity, and then we have a larger base, a larger manufacturing pool who can enter into this race of exporting the medicine out of the country. So I think we are balancing it overall in a holistic way. One, we have already seen the growth coming out from the rest of the world market. And also internally within India, we are upscaling the good manufacturing practice by implementing revised Schedule M so that we have robust quality management system in parallel to the export promotion in what we carry.
Thank you. I think, sorry, you can send your question to email because they have, oh, okay. There are so many hands, okay, fine.
Thank you very much.
Please bear with us. Please send your question by email. They will be answered. Don't worry. Because we are running.
Thank you, Dr. Mole. And my question was Dr. Reddy, and it's very specific on the fact that there have been a lot of changes and which have been made at CDSO, and it's kind of creating a system for approvals. My question is specific to innovation, since we've been talking about since morning. What are the key changes which the industry can expect in the next 6 months to 1 year, which can expedite the approval for the innovative products?
I think you have put a very important ask of the industry, that what is coming for them, that it will be, there will be further, ease of doing business in the whole system. The government is all for doing ease of business, and this is what you see in our regulation, where we are talking about timelines for approval, even for rejection also, So it is not only approval, it is the disposal of a particular application. We have started doing something, called important to, and test license is one of them. You can expect that perhaps there will be more guidelines coming up. There may be something on that. What will be a fast track? What is a fast track system? What will be for unmet need class of drugs? How it can be done faster? And as you also know that in Bioshakti there is an announcement of augmentation of our personals. There will be more scientific cadre coming up, and will be more faster also. How much faster, that will come. Definitely, you can expect in coming times, and I think there will be more interaction also with the industry to understand what are the bottlenecks. Already it is going on, and this will further go up, and there will be further steps to see whatever for quality, safety and efficacy. We do our job in utmost and efficient manner, and we facilitate industry also. Thank you.
Thank you. May I take the honor to invite Shri Abhay Kumar sir to please felicitate the moderator and the panelists for this session. I request for the mementos. We also have with us our gifting partner, Miss Nikita is here. Miss Nitika is here, and a little bit about the brand. Miss Nitika founded Sonreza, an authentic Korean-based beauty products. Authentic Korean manufactured skincare brand thoughtfully crafted for Indian skin and climate. It blends beautifully with the Indian skin. It has Korean biotechnology, botanical actives, and rigorous dermatological science to deliver high-performance, gentle and effective formulations. The panelist. Okay. Dr. Arvind Kukreti, please, sir. Yeah, Mr. Shri Gautam Bhattacharya, sir. Dr. Arvind. Shri Gautam Bhattacharya, sir, CEO, Life Sciences Sector Skill Development Council. Dr. Arvind Kukreti, sir, Deputy Drugs Controller, CDSCO. Shri Namit Joshi. Oh, okay. Okay. Shri Vipul Kumar Gupta, sir, VP and Head Corporate Affairs and Policy, CIPLA. The last. Oh. Dr. Peddy Reddy, General Manager R&D Mabs and Vaccines, Serum Institute of India. Dr. Raj K. Shirumala, Mission Director, National Biopharma Mission, BIRAC. Dr. Tarun Sharma, Professor and Head Department of Medical Devices, NIPER, Mohali. Sir, I'll request you to felicitate Ms. Nitika after this. Ms. Nitika Garg, the founder, Sonrisa Healthcare, and ex-director, OPPI. I request all our guests to please join us for a group photograph, please. Sir, Mr. Abhay, I'll request you to stay back. Ma'am, a group photograph, please. Indeed, a great session on redefining India's pharmaceutical leadership from volume to value. Thank you so much, panelists. We proceed to the next session for today, strengthening pharmaceutical quality, regulatory harmonization, and global compliance. This session will be chaired by Dr. Taruna Madan Gupta. This session is on strengthening pharmaceutical quality, regulatory harmonization, and global compliance. So we'll proceed to the next session. Thank you. Thank you. This session is chaired by Dr. Taruna Madan Gupta, Scientist G and Head Development Research Division, ICMR. So we proceed to the next session. This session will be moderated by Dr. P.S. Chandranand, Director, Ixzyme Medtech Private Limited. The panelists for this session, Dr. Rubina Bose, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO, Government of India, Shri Gregory Smith, Country Director, India Office, US FDA, Shri Kamal Shahani, Managing Director, 10th Health EduTech Private Limited, Dr. Shalini Sharma, Director, R&D and Quality Assurance, New Life Care, Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, Director, Dondi Biological Private Limited, Dr. Vivek Ahuja, Executive Vice President, Eversana. May I request your presence on the stage? This session is strengthening quality assurances, regulatory harmonization, GMP Schedule M, the way forward, global regulatory developments. Moderator will be Dr. P.S. Yes, please. I request everyone to be seated. We will be having the lunch hour for discussion. We want to proceed with the next session without any further delay. I request our guests to be seated, please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope my organizers will give me the extra half an hour that we have lost. Thank you. So, aligning with the theme of the day, health equity, and the session, strengthening pharmaceutical quality, regulatory harmonization, and global compliance. Well, we have been hearing about health equity, volume to value, and things like that. So I would like to set a brief prelude to the session. On behalf of the distinguished organizers, PHDCCI, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Government of India, the esteemed chair for the session, the learned members of our audience, and our eminent panelists who have so graciously agreed to join us today, I would like to take the opportunity to wish one and all a very good afternoon to this very engaging session. Just to remind, we are convening this session at a moment of profound global reckoning. Health, once again seen largely insulated from geopolitics, is now part of broader contest over supply chains, technology, and economic influence. And medicines have quietly become an emerging instrument of statecraft and a measure of national power. It is against this charged global backdrop that our panelists today will deliberate on 4 critical pillars. The first one, strengthening quality assurance across India's pharmaceutical supply chain. The second one, achieving deeper regulatory harmonization between center and states. Third one, navigating the transformative path ahead under India's revised GMP Schedule M. And last one, understanding the evolving expectations of the US FDA and EU regulators and their direct implications for Indian manufacturers. We are privileged to have with us a panel of eminent experts whose collective experience spans across cutting-edge research, regulations, policy, manufacturing, education, upskilling, and global market access. We look forward to a rich and informed and insightful exchange. I would like to introduce Honorable Chair and esteemed panelists, Dr. Taruna Madan Gupta, ma'am, Scientist G and Head, Development Research Division, ICMR. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Rubina Bose, Deputy Drugs Controller, India, CDSO Headquarters, New Delhi. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Gregory Smith, Country Director, US FDA, India Office. I believe he's already left. I was not aware of that. Sri Kamal Sahani, Managing Director, 9th Health, Edutech Private Limited, Cliniminds. Welcome, sir. Dr. Mrs. Shalini Sharma, Director, R&D and Quality Assurance, New Life Care. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, Director, Dandi Biological Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Dr. Vivek Ahuja, Executive Vice President, Evasana. Welcome, sir. So I'd like to begin with Dr. Vivek, with the 4 pillar points that I mentioned earlier. I would like to begin with Dr. Vivek Ahuja. Vivek, what is the close linkage between product quality and patient safety? How are the two connected in your opinion?
That's a great question. So product quality and safety are very closely interlinked. It's like this, that if you are not factoring in patient safety when you are looking at product quality, then you're actually riding on luck. And if you are actually factoring that in, then it is quality by design. So the important part is to understand the impact of poor product quality on patient safety. See, the basic principle of patient safety or pharmacovigilance is do no harm. So how do we prevent harm? We prevent harm by finding out what could possibly cause an adverse event. And in this case, see, every drug has a side effect for that matter. So much so that if a drug does not have a side effect, you can safely presume that it does not have any effect either. So the important point is, that is already, we have to collect all the adverse event data with respect to the characteristic or the pharmacokinetic or the pharmacodynamic profile of the drug. That is a given. But what is preventable is an adverse event caused due to poor quality. So when you detect that adverse event early on, what you could do is you could detect which batch is causing that, you could recall that batch from the market, and you could prevent harm. That's the basic premise and the basic logic on how this works.
Thank you, Doctor. I would like to move to the next manufacturer in the panel, Dr. Anil Kumar Singh. Sir, as a biological manufacturer, how can we enhance supply chain standards, inspections, and compliance in pharmaceuticals?
First of all, thank you so much for SDPCC and event organizer. And thanks to all panelists, senior members, and ladies and gentlemen, who has given wonderful opportunity to share some of our experience and also gain good knowledge from all of you. Sir, for getting any quality of product or supply chain management, first we have to understand designing and qualifying of transportation system. Suppose we are doing any biosimilar product, one side, at same time one company who is having 2 platforms. One is generic drugs and another is biosimilar products. And when we talk about transport, so generally, basically, manufacturer used to do, they used to identify 1 or 2 transporter. Then we used to discuss with them on logistic time delivery and cost. But if you want to transport or supply the quality of products to the market or receiving quality of raw material by good supply chain management system, first we have to design which kind of transportation system you require, which is based on transportation product life cycle. Means suppose if any products coming out of India, it lands in any the ports where you have to, from them to your particular place, how much time is required and how much time is required, which is the season, what is the season, and which kind of careness you require during transportation. So first you have to prepare protocol on self on the basis of your product requirement and do the correct qualification of that protocol. Means first you have to understand who is going to take care of your transportation system, whether that particular individuals have done the training to get transport into quality manner, into the desirable manner. So for it, first designing the transport system, qualifying the transport system by individuals as manufacturer like oneself, then have to identify or determine good transportation system, like somebody who is able to transport materials from Mumbai to Delhi and your company is Dehradun. So then you have to avoid such type of transporter. You have to identify those kind of transporter which have the capability, which have the all utility to transport good into particular time with taking care particular temperature and humidity with the documentation system. Suppose if you are taking any kind of low RS or temperature controlled product, so in that case, whether you have placed there some equipment, some accessories or some digital, you have supported by any digital equipment which can provide you data at the receiving of material. So transportation system is the key role to provide to the patient safety, to provide the quality of medicines up to the end user. So we can tell nowadays, we should tell quality by design is not the parameter to provide safety to the patient. Even we should tell quality of transportation, design of transportation is right now important targets to every individuals, every companies or stakeholders. So transportation system is the main key role to provide patient safety, to provide even the economic medicines, or we can say biosimilar, any kind of products to the market. So if you qualify good transportation system, then only you can give good quality of medicines to the patient, to the end user, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Moving to the third manufacturer in the panel, Dr. Shalini Sharma. Ma'am, from an R&D perspective, how can we enhance manufacturing standards, inspections and compliance in the pharmaceutical supply chain?
Yes, sir. Thank you, PhD House, for inviting me and sharing my industrial experiences. So I was just listening to the sessions and there was a buzz about the connect between academics and the industry. So I'm happy to share that, that we have developed a kit for the soldiers Indian Army, those who will be using in the high altitude and also Char Dham Yatra. So now coming to your question, sir, R&D in the supply chain. This is my experience that when we do R&D, it is at very small level. So what instruments you use, whatever the raw materials you use, they are of high quality and very short volumes. But when you translate it to the batches, there is absolute failures of the batch in spite of having the best of materials. So I was visiting one of the universities and I found that they were using the good semiconductors materials, but when it came to developing a medical device, there is no scope for the development on large scale. So R&D should be focused on the design, files should focus on the scalability. So scalability is very important when you do the R&D. Your design files should always look for the last thing, that is the PMS. So post-market, your R&D should look at the perspectives of the current technologies, the post-marketing surveillance data in your database, and equip yourself with the files which are well equipped. And you should not see the last stage, that when the things are manufactured and then you do the testing. So your system should be so much robust and risk-based. So the second point I want to emphasize is that risk-based approach is very important. At times, what we do is in manufacturing, when we find the raw materials, we are focusing the major audits or major focus on the things which are not critical. So risk-based approach is very important for selecting the raw materials. We do a lot of vendor audits, but when it comes to supplies, we don't monitor them. So those things should be also monitored. And as my director sir always says, that we should not look for the cheap products, the cheap raw materials. It should always be price to performance ratio. So that I feel is very important when you do the R&D and you translate it to the next level of the production. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I think two critical points, risk and scalability. That's particularly with regard to innovations. That's a very pertinent 2 points that you have. When risk and scalability are not thought beforehand, innovations can suffer. That's a well picked up 2 points. Moving from manufacturing to probably academia and upskilling, to Kamal Sahni sir, how can targeted training programs enhance manufacturing standards, inspections and compliances across India's pharmaceutical supply chain?
Thank you, PhD Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, my co-panelists. The training is the only constant. I think the only constant we have today is the trainings. And it's the time that we look the trainings not as the only for cause. When we have a situation, we go for the trainings. We need to imbibe the culture in the organization. It's a part of the quality by design, where we build the trainings as an integral part of the system. Now, coming to GMP, for example, if we do the GMP trainings, it should not be the journal GMP trainings. Now is the time we do the trainings as per the job roles, as per the roles within the organization, let's say in the manufacturing, in the quality control, separate set of trainings for them. At the quality department, how to face the inspections, how to face the audits, how to respond to the various regulatory queries. So all programs need to be different as per the requirements within the organization. Also, we need to build the culture within the organization that it's not that, we need to pass the inspection. We need to build the culture, do it right first time. And if we have that culture built in the organization, I think we will do better for the industry.
Thank you, sir. Now, having heard from the manufacturers and academia, let's take the inputs from, with regard to the point number 1 perspective, that is strengthening quality assurance from the regulator herself. So, ma'am, what are the major gaps in pharmaceutical quality assurance and supply chain compliance? And what steps is CDSCO taking to strengthen manufacturing standards and inspections?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you to PhD and all my panelists, esteemed panelists, co-panelists. So when I start talking about that, what are the gaps? So yes, we are discussing all this panel is only because there are gaps in the fulfillment of the requirements of the GMP or the good distribution practices, because we are talking about the 2 parts, the quality in the manufacturing and the quality standards non-compliances or the gaps in the supply chain. And we're hearing the 2 panelists and how this, why it was, why we are having this, because, the standards are to be continuously improved. We have to improve the standards and we have to be as per with the global expectation. So once the standards are there up to a particular level, then definitely the gaps comes from what is the compliances level. This can be in the different way. Like if we fix into a particular standards, then definitely the things which has to be moved up is the infrastructure, the equipment, the qualification, the expectation with respect to the documentation. So like these gaps keeps on. And when we are talking about the transport, now this today we are facing with this, how to ensure not only the safety and the quality of the product during the transport, but also the entry of, while we sit as a regulator, the entry of the substandard or spurious products in between, which is the greatest challenge which is there, like, so track and traceability, how to ensure that. So these probably are the, the gaps, and the challenges are always there because we as a federal country, we have different agencies, 37 agencies to implement the Drugs and Cosmetics Act and rules, though it's a long, 1940 and 1945 rules, we are amending it from time to time only to address all these gaps which we see when we are going to implement this. And coming to this, the other part of this, like, yes, what we did is the, while always in case of, you must be knowing, because I look up to the vaccines, so probably I always bring into the vaccines. Since long, we are up to the global mark, catering to something like a specific standards for the vaccines. Why? Because all the vaccine manufacturers in the countries are required to comply with the WHO GMP standards since not now, but since 2002. And here for the exports purpose, what I was hearing the previous panel, that they have to comply with the WHO GMP standards for the export, for the US FDA standards for US FDA or EU GMP standards, or wherever, there are regulated markets to comply with those GMP standards, and probably a percentage of the companies are already doing it. And what about the others? So for the others, yes, the GMP standards are now upgraded. The standards were already there. I should not say that it has been upgraded. It was already there. Everything was written there, but it is only that we have written it more explicitly. But everything, we cannot say that the 2005 GMP, which was Schedule M, was there. There was a lacuna. Only things were not clearly mentioned or explicitly mentioned. Now that it has been made as per the WHO GMP standards, writing everything in the Schedule M, so that everybody understands that what I'm really need to do. So that was one of the part, and the other part is that, yes, writing. So this is one upgradation in these GMP standards. Probably I can say about this, the more enhanced, enforcement, GMP inspection to verify the compliances. That is another part of it, that the inspection has to take into consideration of each and individual points or each and individual things which are now written in this GMP code, which was probably not explicitly written earlier. And regarding so there is a very important part of it, which we did not write earlier, was the pharmaceutical quality management system, which says a lot of things, and which there is probably a major gap in this area with all the one level of manufacturers who are required to come up to these standards with respect to management of their change, management of the out of specifications, management of all such kind of things which are related to the quality, to build quality into the product. And the other part is the supply chain management. So we are coming up with also the new GMP good distribution practices guidelines. We also had implemented the QR code for the API to ensure that there is a track and traceability for all APIs imported or manufactured in the country. Also for the 300 brands, it is there as a piloting. It has been already in the notification and it is already implemented. And the other one is the these good distribution practices guidelines of the, which is a global guideline, which has been now, we have taken up through the various our regulatory procedures of DCC and DTAB, we called it Drug Technical Advisory Board, to put it into the rules, which actually ensures, it will be more clear guidelines that all the entities who are in the supply chain, from the manufacturer till, which also includes the transporter. It doesn't mean that a licensing system for the transporter, but the roles and responsibilities and the quality management system which is required by all these entities till it reaches the patient as a quality, safe and efficacious product. So probably these are the things. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Comprehensively addressed, I would say. One important big point that I would note on this, that your input is, yes, the manufacturers across, whether they are big, small, or medium, they need to, fall in line or align with the standards laid down by the regulators and the country, because there's no scope for any kind of, any kind of negligence there, so that India stands and maintains its quality standards. Thank you. Coming back to Dr. Vivek, sir, what, in your opinion, is the current state of preparedness and compliance followed by the biopharma manufacturers in India? How can we in India become the global benchmark for being the leaders in patient safety? While you would answer this question, please do consider the Bioshakti, policy in place and the facilitation by the government in place. Kindly do keep that while considering your answer. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks for asking that question. So, quality without patient safety, you can do it, but you can only do it once because it will get caught. Adverse events, when they are not reported, they become a subject of inspections, and during inspections, companies get called out. What happens when companies get called out? Very recently, a top 10 global pharmaceutical company got a warning letter because they are in the area of GLP-1 agonists, and they got inspected, and they did not have very basic adverse event monitoring systems in place. A top 10 global manufacturer, warning letter. What did it do? It had severe impact on the reputation of the company. It had severe trust erosion with the patients, and the stock price went down. So just one inspection can make or mar the future of a product and of a pharmaceutical company. That's the importance of having good pharmacovigilance systems in place. Now, let's just examine, for the sake of an example, just the top 10 manufacturers in India. How robust are their pharmacovigilance systems? So let me just do a very basic, simple math. And while I was sitting here, this idea struck to me, and I did a very basic math. And please follow the math with me. So let's take top 10 manufacturers. On an average, they would have 10,000 medical reps. If we take an average, some have 25,000, some have 15,000. Just top 10, 10,000 reps each. Now, each 10,000 reps, they basically go and meet the doctors. On an average, they have to meet 10 doctors. Let's take a very broad listing. So 10,000 into 10 is equal to 1 lakh interactions. Multiply that by 200 days in a year. That becomes 2 crore interactions. And that was just for one particular pharmaceutical company out of the top 10. Let me multiply it by 10. It will become 20 crore interactions in a year. If just 1% of those interactions get reported as an adverse event, it cannot be that you are speaking to a doctor, you're talking about your product, and the doctor is not telling you that what does a medical rep ask a doctor? Sir, how is my product doing? Have you seen a good response, etc., etc. It cannot be that the doctor will not tell, well, I had given this product to this patient and I noticed that there was an adverse event, or there was the patient had to, the response was not good, is fine. That's an efficacy question, but there was an adverse event also. So just 1% of 20 crore is 20 lakh adverse events per year. How many do we get? How many do we have in our pharmacovigilance safety database, which is maintained by PVPI? Now, there are multiple factors around it. There is no one single party that you can say that, okay, that party did not do their job well, because, the India team can only win the World Cup if we do fielding well, batting well, bowling well, everything well. Fielding alone will not win us the World Cup. So all these parties must do their job properly. Who are the parties? The parties are the regulators. They have done their job. They have set forth the regulations. What more can they do? They can do inspections. In India, people who come from the same generation as me would remember when the first time safety belts were introduced in cars. We never used to wear safety belts for the purpose of safety. We used to wear them because we were fearing challans. If that is the mentality that we operate with as Indians, not good or bad, I'm not judging us, but what I'm telling you is, if that is the way we operate, then might as well enforce regulations. The more you enforce regulations, the better the response is going to be. Second thing, the physicians. Physicians cannot be bound to say that, you are mandated to report adverse. they have to be educated. It's not their main job to report adverse event. Their main job is to treat patients. So they need to be educated. Their conscience need to be appealed. Pharmaceutical manufacturers, they are already bound by regulations. But are those regulations being enforced upon? That's the area that we all need to work upon. Everybody is talking about, the elephant in the room today, which is the GLP-1 agonist, and, because that's the hottest news in the town. Well, yes, let's begin there. We all know what are the adverse events that are likely to happen with all of that, and we need to protect our population. We need to protect our citizens. And so therefore, maybe only those companies, like when COVID vaccines were introduced, there was special focus laid by the CDSCO on the vaccine manufacturers. Similarly, a special focus could be laid upon the GLP-1 agonist launching companies, especially on this particular product. So let's begin small, begin somewhere, and that is how we will be able to achieve a good patient safety framework in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to the next panelist with the same perspective. So, Dr. Anil, what practical steps can promote center-state coordination for streamlined, consistent quality regulations across India?
Sir, this question already given by good ideas with our previous panelists. Very important thing, we have good IITs, we have good university, we have good academia, and as well as we have good companies also. Whenever we used to have new guidelines, already ma'am suggested that we are not telling that earlier GMP were not having any provision to comply or to give quality of medicine with patient safety. But right now this revised schedule has given more detailed information or some part also incorporated. Same in if we want to patient safety with the current regulations, then what we need to discuss, we need to go with academia as well. And we need to tell this new guideline has come. If you have expertise in preparing the protocol, or we can tell smoothing the current guideline, new guideline into the practical mode, where we can bifurcate any of the parameter, like everyone right now talks about QBD, quality by design, quality by risk management, but maximum of organizer, or we can tell manufacturer, still are stucking with making protocols, or we can tell identify which one first should come into the parameter and second, third, fourth. So in this way we have to make bridge with academia and company, and we have to share the experience. Like our experience is to design the product by the taking care of quality by design ICS guideline. So we have to share these protocols to the academia. Even we have to go to with the regulators. Ma'am, we are doing this quality by design parameter on that particular product. If you have any concern, if you have any suggestion, please let us know. And that same procedure we have to transfer to academia, or we have to take from the academia, then bridge will be perfect. So our today requirement is to make perfect bridge between, we can tell one in fermentation terminology is cascading. When you have requirement to give oxygen, so that you have to start the system to give oxygen to the microbes or any of the desirable things. When you have the requirement to reduce the oxygen, to make it a sporulation form. So that way you have to make cascade between regulator, industry, and the as well as organizer. So by this way we can make the bridge, we can do the all guidelines into smoothing zone, and we follow every day training in every section. Either it relate to academia or it relate to industry. So by which we can, if we made cascading system, then definitely we can chase any guideline, we can comply any product qualities, any patient safety parameters.
Dr. Shalini, ma'am, any quick thoughts on this, about the center-state coordinations?
So I want to emphasize that, sir, there should be joint
Switch it on.
Hello. So I want to emphasize that there should be joint audits by center and state, plus the data should be centralized. Suppose if you are visiting a facility which has been already audited by state, so that data should be reflected in the center as well. So joint visits are very important. Secondly, sir, the trainings as per the latest guidelines is very important. The interstate council should be there, that the state should always meet on frequent basis to the center, and the center should meet the state councils, and the policies should be decided, so that we do not do the duplication of the resources. And also when we use the, as I mentioned earlier, risk-based approach for the raw materials, this should also be based, or the audit should also be based on the risk-based, because it's a huge country, we have limited resources, so our resources should be based on the risk. If some devices need a critical inspection, they are critical, they are risky, so those should be audited.
But ma'am, to the best of my understanding, joint inspections are already happening by CDSCO and the state regulators. So the regulator is sitting here right among us. Probably she is the best person to answer that. Yeah.
Can I comment? So for the medical devices, so the class 1 and class 2 devices are under the state's control, while the high risk products, the class 3 and 4 are under CDSCO control. So that's the reason. So this is completely the, the responsibilities are divided, and it will go in this manner only.
There are no joint visits.
There will be no joint visits.
With regard to
also,
drugs,
because the class 3 and class 4 devices are licensed by CDSCO also. So there will be no joint visit also. So there will be only visit of states for the state regulated devices, class 1 and 2, which is happening. And for the class 3 and 4, of course, CDSCO is the regulatory agency.
But if a manufacturer has been applied for class 1 and 2, the same state will also go, and the center will also go. So it's like duplication.
Not, I don't think so that for class 1 and 2 CDSCO comes.
No, state SLA will come for 1 and 2. And if the same manufacturer applies for class 3 and 4, the center will come.
Yes,
so
because
like
that's not the facility inspection, that's the product inspection. It's not facility inspection. We have to also understand that it is a product inspection. Your facility is not the point of inspection only. So that's one part. And otherwise, joint inspections are happening for many.
Yeah, I think there is some confusion. Shalini ma'am, I'll tell you. There's clarity required to GMP inspections and test license when you actually apply for test license. Pre-test license inspections also happen in situations where risk-based inspections come in. So that is the clarity that we need to have. Okay, moving forward, I would like to come to academia and to Kamal sir. Sir, what role can education and training play in promoting center-state coordination to streamline regulatory practices and ensure consistent coordination?
Thank you, Dr. Chandranan. I think my answer will have more questions, and we also have a regulator here. So one of the important points is, can we create programs where the state and the center, these are the joint, programs, training programs, and the national training framework, because we have the dual regulation. We have the central regulations, and we also have the state level regulations, and they are always subject to the different interpretations. There is a need for the very clear need for the national framework where not regulators both at the central state, but all the stakeholders from the private sector, from the companies, and the pharmaceutical companies or the medical device companies are part of the common training program. So that's the one thing. Maybe it's happening, but we have a regulator, so we may get that information. The second point is the harmonization of regulatory information. So we currently have so many states, every state has got the set of regulations. We also have the CDSCO at the central level. So there is no central place where we can get this harmonized information. Maybe a lot of private sector companies, with the advent of now artificial intelligence, can there be a platform created by the CDSCO and the states together where at a single place we can get all the harmonized information for all the regulations. So instead of searching for the regulations for the different states, especially with the companies who are working in several states and are also working, of course, with the CDSCO, it should be easy for us to find the right information.
Thank you. Having said that, it's a federal matter, so center as well as state needs to be involved in these kinds of operations. Thank you, sir. Moving on to the regulator. Ma'am, any steps, how does CDSCO plan to improve the center-state coordination to ensure uniform regulatory practices and quality standards across India?
So I think we are always working with the states. We have statutory committee as well, and like the drug consultative committee meeting, which is now organized every 3 months, where we discuss all the regulatory issues connected to the inspections, implementations, products, wherever there are, questions or technical glitches on these implementation. So that's one of the part, and there are many other ways where we have the joint risk-based inspection. So far as I am understanding, so we have joint training program for all the biologicals. We have joint training program for GMP, for all type of products, drugs and cosmetics, to act in rules, investigation techniques. So everything which is related to the, inspection, investigation, implementation, product, oral solid dosage from non-sterile products, biologicals, everything. We have a centralized training program for CDSCO and states. So this is already in place since long, and it is continuing. Now, this is a very big country, and definitely the inspectors, the states have their own, inspectors, own inspection training program, but they are also part of the CDSCO central training program. The other part is that I understand that there is a little bit confusions with the medical devices inspection and the compliances or the guidelines, but I understand that the CDSCO website has all informations related to the online portal, the guidances on the different type of devices, the in vitro, all type of guidances are available in the CDSCO website for related to the medical devices, related to the biologicals, related to the different products. I think that is which I understand, and everywhere also there is a scope always to connect with the regulators through we have a public relation office where we get innumerable letters, questions, and we keep on answering to that. So the public relation office can always be there to help where there is no regulation or where they find that the adequate information is not available, because that's the first thing which we are trying to do, the transparency in not only the receiving application, processing application, giving the permissions, but also in the what we expect in your submission, in the inspection, when we go for inspection. The CDSCO guidance document for zonal, subzonal offices is like a book, which is a very big book where all the inspection checklist, all the processes are very, meticulously written down, and it is posted in our website. So I think, you need to find out. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Indeed, CDSCO is walking the extra mile. We all are aware that you guys, with the limited resources, are walking overtimes in times. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, in some holidays and weekends too, the industry is actually overwhelmed. The CDSCO offices are overwhelmed across India. We are fully aware of your efforts, and we really appreciate and thank you for that, ma'am. Due to paucity of time, I'll take one more question with each of the panelists. We had a couple of them, but I'll limit myself to one more question to each of the panelists, and probably thereafter we can hear from the chair. So, to Vivek, to Dr. Vivek, what is the difference between biologics and drugs with respect to patient safety, and what needs to be done differently for both in terms of patient safety?
Very pertinent question in today's times, because the world is moving towards biologics, biosimilars, right? And less drugs, more biologics, biosimilars. So what's the difference? The difference is, in drugs, you have generics, right? The innovator drug and the generic, they are same. But in biologics, they're biologics and they're biosimilars. Actually, that reminds me, last year I was speaking at a conference, and my opening slide was, I had presented 2 pictures, actually 3 pictures. Those 3 pictures, all those 3 pictures were pictures of Mona Lisa, the painting, right? My first picture was Mona Lisa, second Mona Lisa, third Mona Lisa. What was the difference between the 3? The first one I said was the original, and that was biologics. The second one was a painted version, a copy of that, and it was similar to that, so that was a biosimilar. And the third one was the digitally produced copy of that, and I called it a biobetter. So there are biologics, biosimilars, and biobetters. How do they differ in terms of the safety aspects? They differ in the sense that the batches can be different. They can have different immunogenicity because they are made in slightly different manner. So each batch can have a different safety profile. And therefore, it is very important that when you collect information about an adverse event, you collect the information which batch did it come from. And then also you must find out what is the trade name, not the generic name, you have to find out the trade name because that will pinpoint and take you to exactly that batch. So that's the main difference, and that's what we need to lay special emphasis on. I'd like to close with just one statement, and it's a very profound statement, so listen to that carefully. So quality is proactive pride, and safety is the absence of regret. So keep in mind both quality and safety. Thank you.
Well said, sir. Thank you so much. To Dr. Anil, how is Dondi Biologicals, how will your company support industry's shift to revise the Schedule M and global quality practices?
Sir, thank you so much for asking my heart of the questions. And we have listening too much from ma'am that CDSCO and state government have proper coordination for providing continuous trainings on coming guidelines or existing guidelines. And we are the part of since 2 years, we are getting continuously training from them. So as Dondi Biological, our responsibility also, like we are developed one of the best microbiology or chemical instrumentation lab. But this is for commercial purpose. But when we talk about society, as we were discussing, we have to make cascading system. So, and we have to translate and we have to transfer our well-experienced protocol, or we can say well-versed used protocols to the others or to the our partners, to the our society persons, even students, by which they can save the time. So in terms of Dondi Biological, if any company, any organizations or any student, even sometime any of the bodies want any kind of help, Dondi Biological will be most grateful to receive such type of call and will be always available to provide you best possible what we have experienced in biosimilar and recombinant, either recombinant DNA technology or mRNA or recombinant protein, downstream, upstream, or any kind of technology. If you want to have training on the basis of virtual, on the basis of a practical mode, we are always welcome and we are always available. And in this regard, we are doing some good job with like Amity University, like Uttaranchal University, we are supporting to students. And we believe whatever student is coming with us from the academia, we will not be taking 10, we will be taking 2, but we will be trying to give proper training, and after training or even before completion of training, we try to absorb either by ourselves or either by our friends, companies or our associations.
Sorry to interrupt,
this is
sir.
our mandate.
Sorry to interrupt. So when you say you have the facilities, do you have the characterization facilities as well?
Yes, sir. We have.
Do you have high-end platforms?
Yes, sir. Sir, if we talk about microbiology, in general, right now we have oral solid to injectable, but we developed our microbiology division where you can do the identification, characterization, even the molecular approach as well.
For biologics?
Yeah, for some part it still remains, but maximum part we developed.
Noted,
and
sir.
Whatever procedure or any of the practical wanted to do related to microbiology, we are always welcome, sir.
Noted, sir. Noted. Thank you. Moving to Dr. Shalini. What R&D strategies will best support industry's transition to enhanced Schedule M and global quality benchmarks?
Sir, starting, I want to emphasize importantly on in-process testing. So when we translate from R&D to manufacturing, the in-process testing is very important because that gives you the idea of the deviations which are there, and there itself you can correct. So your team should also be very open to reporting. The ALCOA principle is very important, that they should realize the importance of the data recording. So those things will give lot of transparency to the system, and the Schedule M, the QMS would be important. Along with it, there should be some monitoring. The regular monitoring is important, whether be it any technique, the spectroscopy or the chromatography. So in-process testing should be documented along with the analytical technology. So that's important. The second thing is the quality consciousness. So if I work in my industry, if my team comes to me and says, "Ma'am, ye chalega," so I feel very happy that they are so much conscious at that level. They are so conscious. The culture of quality is very important in an organization. No matter how much SOPs you make, how much trainings you make, the culture for quality is very important.
So ma'am, what would you say about implementing automation in this IPQC?
Data, yes. Digitalization should be there along with the raw data.
Yeah.
So to have the authenticity of the data. So the data should the AI plays an important role in that.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving to Kamal sir, how should industry training support the transition to revise the Schedule M standards and alignment with global GMP best practices?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The Schedule M, since it's now, the implementation, it's a major pain point for the MSME companies. Large companies are able to absorb this. They have systems, processes, but they have ability to implement. But this is the major issue with the MSME companies. And I think that's where we need to bring in the culture of quality at the grassroots level, but starting from the top, going right down to the grassroots level. And these trainings are no more required for the basic, training. It's a time the implementation of the new amendment of the GMP, implementation side training, the ongoing training programs, micro-level training programs, or ongoing basis is very important for these companies to implement.
Thank you, sir. Finally, coming to the regulator, Rubina ma'am, your thoughts on Schedule M and its implementation?
I think we are discussing this, that what is the how to implement these means, developing. I think it's not audible, right? Yeah. The developing the infrastructure, developing the concept, training the people in each. What we were discussing in the last session was also the skill development and the capacity development. So, and awareness. I think that's the one part, that you have a continuous training program, awareness program, getting the readiness. So, before implementing also the Schedule M, there was a lot of, consultation and public consultation and meetings, and we call it as a public consultation process to understand the readiness, not only by CDSU, but by also the other ministries and the departments, to ensure that, yes, once what would be the status once this is implemented, what are the areas where the gaps. And we kept on, looking into this, switching from this to that, and identifying the gaps, and, giving these gaps to the policymakers to understand that how much everybody has to work up in the terms of the infrastructure. As I said, infrastructure is one of the critical areas, right? The designing, the expectation, which is about the uniflow, the system, and then the other part is, of course,
the processes.
So the other is processes, the quality management system, the more documentation. As you said, like you were asking about this, yes, if you look into that, there was another, I just wanted to say that if you see the global regulators, the expectation switches over from the recording, like recording by manually. Everything is like they need to have everything as an automated system.
Absolutely.
So they move on to the world is moving to the continuous manufacturing concept, the PLC, the stored data, the audit trail. So this is all which is I think those are the areas where the highest gaps. Even when we do a test and the test doesn't meet the parameters, maybe we destroy, and that's where the things comes, right? So I mean, this is what is expected, that you keep an audit trail of every activities. When there is a non-conformances, you write why there is a non-conformances, and you do a rectification, a deficiency, assessment, and then you come back with the correction. So you record everything, and recording not only you should have LIMS. So laboratory information management system is what is expected. EQMS is expected. Everything is on the electronic format which is expected to ensure that there is. So I mean to say that least human intervention is what is expected in all the areas. So that is, everybody has to come up to that. That's the expectation of the global regulators as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Well said. I think automation strategy, policy, and automation are the way forward. Every organization has to have these three key leverage points to move forward. And I think it's high time the top management of any, whether it's a big company, small company, or even medium-sized company, thinks in those lines and particularly adapt to regulations and adapting standards. I would request Honorable Chair to give her concluding remarks on the session and the proceedings thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandranan. First, an honor and a privilege to be here amongst you all. And I'm representing Indian Council of Medical Research and the apex body for medical research in the country. And we have a big onus, because we will be participating in the Biopharma Shakti mission to create those 1,000 clinical trial sites which are accredited and which will form, the basis, the foundation of the expedition of the clinical trials by the industry. So that is what our role is going to be. And another important thing I would like to emphasize, when Biopharma Shakti Mission was announced by Honorable Finance Minister in the Parliament as part of the budget program. So after that announcement, all the ministries and departments who are supposed to take actions were asked to submit reports. We did submit. And the plans, how we want to take about this, and along with the budgets. And we had post-budget webinars, which were not chaired by none other than Honorable Prime Minister of India. And the most important thing, what Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, and I would just quote his statement, and I'm going to read that. As I often say, when opportunities arise to move ahead, we must have only one mantra: quality, quality, quality. So these are claps for the Prime Minister. Stressing that India has entered into free trade agreements, as we were hearing in our previous panel. He said these agreements have opened up a wide range of opportunities for the country. And in such a situation, our responsibility is that we should never compromise on quality. If there is one area where we must apply maximum strength, intelligence, and focus, it is quality. Our products must meet global standards. So this is the guidance given by the top of our country, and we must follow. And ICMR is completely, deeply committed to all this to maintain and enhance the quality of the research that we do. So here, the tagline, what we follow is, we are often told that research has to reach from bench to bedside. So the quality has to start at the bench, the research bench, and then only we will be able to deliver quality at the bedside. So just to sum up the various statements and, taglines that our esteemed panelists, my co-panelists have made. So when we were asking about how quality has to be ensured, and we had comments that quality has to be by design, and I'm sure you are all very aware of. The transportation system is an integral component. There are many processes involved, and transportation is one important part of it. We had R&D in the supply chain was the question, and the scalability, the quality risk management, the risk-based approach, vendor audits, the price to performance ratio. I think this is very valuable thing that Dr. Shalini mentioned that their director often guides them to. And we all must have this, that affordability and accessibility does not mean that we should compromise on quality. We need to have guidelines, and CDSCO is all set. They have already set their reform process since 2017 when we had all the medical devices of the country covered under regulation. That was a big, huge step, and we all welcomed that. And we now have all the stakeholders, following that line. We had the NDCT 2019 coming up, so that was another big reform. And now we have, AI SAMD and SIMD. So we call it as software as medical device and software in medical device. And not only that, I completely echo that regulator has become a facilitator, not only because we are sister departments in Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, but we really are working together to see that we are facilitating the medtech innovation, medtech research, on the platforms of MedTech Mitra as well as Patent Mitra. So the good distribution practices, as Dr. Rubina mentioned, they are there on the CDSCO website, and we must follow these because these are what will be ensuring the quality during the supply chain. Dr. Shahani mentioned that we should have training, which is the integral component of quality, because it will be ensuring that we all imbibe the right culture and the GMP trainings as per the roles and within the organization, and do it right first time. I think this tagline is very, very important, that there is no scope for us to make a mistake, because this mistake will be costing someone their life. The inspection for GMP compliances as per the new code, as Madam mentioned, the QR code for APIs for the tracking and traceability, you all must emphasize in your companies. The biopharma manufacturing quality without patient safety is no-go, and Dr. Saab gave some examples, Vivek Ahuja ji, and adverse event management was not in place. So we all must ensure that adverse event management, pharmacovigilance has to be in place, and that onus, a part of it lies, Ahuja sir, with ICMR as well. We need to train our clinicians for pharmacovigilance and adverse event reporting to the best of their abilities. And we should include this in their oath when they take that, yes, the no harm to the patient is one thing, and reporting harm to the patient is also their duty. And then we have quality by risk management. It is going to form the perfect bridge. We should have joint audits, which are already happening. We should have SOPs of audits. Data from the state and center should be reflected in each other's web portals. Very important point. And at the very relevant time when CDSCO is going to undergo severe reforms and new CDSCO officials are to be roped in as part of the Biopharma Shakti Mission. So Biopharma Shakti Mission has 3 integral components. One is 1,000 clinical trial sites. The second is CDSCO reforms. And the third is Department of Pharmaceuticals supporting the pharma industry, which it is already doing by various schemes it has. And now we have ANRF also joining Department of Pharma into various schemes. So please look at these websites. Because of paucity of time, I'm not able to name all these really valuable schemes and with a lot of thought process going into these schemes when we design these schemes. So we also have a question which Dr. Shahni raised. Can we have joint training programs for state and the center? Harmonization of the regulatory information. So definitely we are harmonized as per on the paper when we are following all the international rules and regulations. We are adopting them, adapting them into the CDSCO. We are all doing that. But that inculcation has to happen in the minds of all the stakeholders. So it should not be on paper, it should be in our hearts. Then only it is going to work. And Dr. Rubina said very heartening statements about the state and state and authorities at the center, having those drug consultation meetings, consultative meetings every 3 months, statutory meetings happening, joint training programs happening, and also she mentioned about the public relation office. And I must mention that CDSCO had also started open meetings, open forums, which Dr. Raghuvanshi had told us that I think there were 2 days in a week when Dr. Raghuvanshi meets everyone without any appointment. Please utilize these opportunities that are being created by the regulator to become a facilitator. And then the important question Dr. Chandranan asked about biologics, biosimilars, and how they are different from the drugs for patient safety. So I think that biologics and biosimilars are even more potent and are more likely to have adverse impacts and therefore require more stricter monitoring and regulation, Dr. Chandranan, as you rightly said. And then we have our Schedule M, revised Schedule M in place. Now the onus is on us to adopt and adapt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I please invite Shri Dharmendra Kumar Yadav, sir, Under Secretary Pharma, Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India, to please felicitate our chairperson, moderator, and the panelist. I request for the mementos. Dr. Taruna Madan Gupta, may I request you to please proceed a little forward. We will be felicitating ma'am first. Dr. Taruna Madan Gupta, Scientist G and Head Development, Research Division, ICMR. May I request Dr. P.S. Chandranand, Director, Exime MedTech Private Limited, to please step forward. Dr. Rubina Bose, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO, Government of India. Gregory sir did not join this session. Shri Kamal Shahani sir, may I request you to please proceed. For Managing Director, 9th Health EduTech Private Limited. Dr. Shalini Sharma, Director, R&D and Quality Assurance, New Life Care. Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, Director, Dondi Biological Private Limited. Dr. Vivek Ahuja, Executive Vice President, Eversana. I'll request you to join us for a group photograph, please. What time will the next session start? 3:15. Okay. Thank you. We now proceed for the lunch. We begin the next session at 3:15 p.m.
I'm sure.
Thank you so much.
Sir, I'll take your details. Can I take your card? I'm actually a physiotherapist. And I do medical events.
Very good. We recently did a fairly large event with BIRAC, Department of Biotechnology. We wanted someone badly from someone like you.
Thank you.
Who could speak science also.
Yeah, so I would like to also give back to the community in terms of teaching. So if there is something I can cover
Please drop into the office. Where are you located?
I'm in Delhi only.
Delhi only.
So
give me a call, message me.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Remember me or not? Yes. I was part of NID actually.
A very good afternoon. While the lunch will keep going on, we will be beginning with the next session in a couple of minutes. The third session, Supply Chain Challenges in Pharma and Tackling Counterfeit Drugs. Hanji. A very good afternoon. I request all the guests to be seated. We will be beginning with the third session for today. मैंने बोल दिया सेशन स्टार्ट कर The third session on supply chain challenges in pharma and tackling counterfeit drugs. This session will be moderated by Dr. Vikas Goyal, Deputy General Manager and Head Supply Chain Management, Fortis Memorial Research Institute. The panelists for this session, Dr. Maimuna Akhtar, Professor Medicinal Chemistry, Director CTSI, Center for Teaching Support and Innovations at Jamia Hamdard. Dr. Puneet Gupta, Secretary, Indian Pharmaceutical Association, UP. Chief Coordinator, Drug Discovery and Development Cluster, Amity University. Shri Anil Sayal, President, Safe Express Private Limited. Dr. Kanak Lata, Director, Education, Metro College of Health Sciences and Research, a unit of Metro Group Hospitals, Metro College of Health Sciences and Research. Shri Ashish Nigam, AGM, Logistics and Distribution, 9th Pharma. I request all of to please join us on the stage. Dr. Vikas.
So good afternoon all. So post-lunch, the session is always tough to keep the people active. But we have a very eminent personalities here, the industry's leaders, doctors here. I'm sure the value, the insights which they share with all of us on this current present topic, which is a need of an hour, that make me all active, and we get a lot of insights and points which we can use in our office, in job, as well as in our house also, because healthcare is which is very important for all of us. So, good afternoon all. It's a privilege to me to moderate this session, Supply Chain Challenges in Pharma and Tackling Counterfeit Drugs. So, as we all aware, in our families, for our personal, we use the medications. We visit to the hospitals for treatment, for ourselves, for our family members. So medicines, consumables, drugs, implants, which is used in the hospitals, these are very much, we all are familiar, we are using day and out, and these are very important aspects for maintaining the health of a country and health of a nation. So if we see, from so many years, we heard that India is the pharmacy of the world. So we are delivering, we are exporting a lot of drugs and consumables to out of the India. Even we have, during the COVID, under the Prime Minister leadership, we have provided the vaccination to the number of countries over there. So that's a true, India is the pharmacy of the world. Behind this success lies a complex and involving supply chain ecosystems. So manufacture made the products, but their distribution, logistics across the country, as well as outside the country, which is managed by the logistics company. So their support is equivalent important when we are manufacturing any drugs in the hospitals. So now we see what are the dependency factors over there, API dependencies, geopolitical uncertainties, logistics inefficiencies, and the growing threat of counterfeit drugs. These are the challenges which we are facing as of now from so many years, and we want connections and we want solutions how we can prevent and reduce these incidents in the future. So today we have a very eminent personalities with us. So let's welcome Dr. Maimuna Akhtar, Professor from Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi, Dr. Puneet Gupta, Secretary IPA and Chief Coordinator, Amity University, Shri Anil Sanayalji, President from Safe Express Logistics, Dr. Kanak Lata, Director Education at Metro College of Health Sciences and Research, and Shri Ashish Nigamji from AGM Logistics from 9th Pharma and Distribution Company. So we see, so what is the, in general view, what is the single biggest vulnerability in the today's pharma supply chain? So if we see from the healthcare perspective, the QCD, quality, cost, and deliveries. So these are the three important things which we consider in a hospital when we buy any goods and services for the hospital. The quality, the cost, which is to be affordable to the patient and to the hospital, and their deliveries, continuous deliveries over there. So on the similar line, we start our discussion. So we'll come from Dr. Mayoma. So India has been termed the pharmacy of the world, yet remains heavily dependent on imports for API. So how can we realistically balance cost competitiveness with supply chain increment in this area, ma'am?
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank PHDCCI, who gave me the opportunity to be a part of this August gathering and panelists, and also making my vision, can say, come true by releasing the document today in the inaugural session. Thank you once again. So coming to your question, it's a very pertinent question right now, because competitiveness is not only about the cost, it's about the value also. We have to be competent in all terms if we want to grow. If we want to see India as a healthcare, you can say, what we say pharmacy of the globe, we need not to be only cost effective, we need to be value addition kind of thing. We must not be having kind of attitude to have a blanket approach of having sustainability. We can have sustainability in certain niche areas where we see that we cannot afford to lose edge, and rest we can leverage on the global chain system, where we can have always the China plus one kind of approach. We can always have supply chains across the world, not depending only on one particular area, region, or nation. So in that way, we can have a much bigger prospect to grow and connect with all the nations across. As we have to supply all across the globe, we need to have that kind of connection. So I would say, like, in these kind of turbulence times, like India said, we have petrol reserves, gas reserves for 90 days. So do we have such kind in case of drugs? We need to ask this question to ourselves. Have this kind of resilience in case of our drugs, can say, manufacturing system? Would we be able to synthesize all kind of drugs for next 90 days? We need to answer that question to ourselves. How we can do how we can be more resilient in such kind of systems. We have realized this in the last pandemic, but we are still in process of developing that resilience. Though the government has came up with PLI scheme, which is, I would say, it has actually attracted a lot of manufacturers for starting up the schemes or API production. But will it lead to sustainability? I would say no, because the gestation period of these manufacturing units is longer than the PLI scheme tenure. So we need to have policy continuity rather than having short-term policies, giving certain reliefs intermittently. That was what I would say makes it more, can say, competitive in terms of cost as well as in terms of value in the current situation.
So thank you, ma'am, for highlighting the instance of the event. So my follow-up question with you on the same is, with geopolitical uncertainties and trade disruption increasing, as we see from so many years, after the COVID, now war, now the strikes, etc. So should government mandate minimum domestic API production threshold for the critical drugs? So what's your opinion on this, ma'am?
Yes, yeah, to some extent, not absolutely. And if we look back, when India was leading in API production, there was a period of 90s. India was a lead in manufacturing of all APIs and supplying to most of the countries. At that time, China was barely supplying maybe 20% of the APIs. So what went wrong? Because if you go back to that policy, India had a policy of when you are exporting certain amount of drug, you have to have API facility at your own place. So that was scrapped gradually, and which led to you can say, uprise of China market. So we need to think on those lines. We should have certain limit that yes, if you're exporting, that is good. We have to export all kind of drugs and all kind of formulations. But you have to have certain amount of manufacturing with vis-a-vis APIs. So that will give us more sustainability rather than depending completely on import of APIs.
Thank you, ma'am. So now I come to Dr. Puneet. So what role should public-private partnership play in increasing API self-reliant without disturbing marketing dynamics?
So thank you. Thanks to PhD Chamber of Commerce for holding this important panel discussion. And coming to the question, this is related to public-private partnership. Definitely one important thing about the public sector, if we talk about public sector industries, I have seen industries closing. We have seen one example, UPDPL was one of the example in Lucknow. I belong to Lucknow, so I have seen, and the work culture. So public-private partnership, the importance of public-private partnership comes here, related to work culture. Now, coming to the API manufacturing, definitely I have some data, and if we talk about US during the COVID pandemic, they have, we got this data like US found it 72% of API were being imported, and the units were outside US. And EU, if we talk about European Union, it was 80% outside EU. And India imports around 65 to 70%. So this is our condition. And you see currently, if I'm not wrong, this is also a time of pandemic. We are also at a state of war. See, world war is going on. A lot of countries are involved into it. You can see Middle East, Europe, and again, Russia and Ukraine. So again, the things are going on. So logistics are definitely affected. And here comes the role of the domestic production. And as the Honorable Prime Minister also said, and the vision of Viksit Bharat, for which we are all sitting here. So definitely domestic production is very, very, very important, and I believe more than 90% should be domestic. We should be capable of. And for that, public-private partnership is the most important thing. See, why public is important? Because unless you have a funding support, you cannot run anything. Definitely, funding support is required, and that can only come from the public sector. And the culture, the work culture, the efficiency, that can come from the private sector. So that is very, very, very important, and government should recognize it, as well as they should promote it. So that is one very important thing. Otherwise, it will become a problem. And when we have the problems related to logistics and moving across the borders, then definitely it's all, it blocks. And I have a serious example. One of industry is working, and they are exporting to Afghanistan. Now, currently Afghanistan, and the drugs are going, the consignments are going on across Pakistan. Now, Pakistan and Afghanistan are at a state of war. So all the consignment came back. The containers returned. So this is the problem. So domestic, again, I'm giving the example of Afghanistan, but it may be a problem for India as well. And again, in the conditions of our relationships with, again, major exporter China also. So we have to be resilient, and public-private partnership is very, very, very important.
So truly said, sir. So if as a part of the Viksit Bharat scheme, so we have to work on a MAT. I have heard in some conference like the MAT, like Made in India, Assemble in India, and Testing in India. So that we make a concept of Viksit Bharat in all the three streams for all the export and import part over there. So now I come to Mr. Ashish. So now we are talking about the AI driven, using the technology, the predictive analysis. And so how can the emerging technology like AI-driven demand forecasting, digital twins, etc., help de-risk raw material supply chain problems?
Yeah, hello everyone. First of all, thanks PHDCCI for the invite.
It is indeed a privilege to be the part of this panel and the event. Coming to your question, Dr. Puneet, of course, right now the world is going through a different phase of artificial intelligence, which we call AI. A right use of AI, a right use of demand forecasting process can give us a very early demand signals for any of the drugs for which we can be more future ready in terms of supply chain perspective. For example, a very scientific based approach of predicting the forecast basis some signals of historical sales trend plus some kind of external environment. If I put all those things in a system, if it generates some kind of output, and if it throws that output to the organization, of course, we can try to secure those raw material well in advance. If there is a possibility of using consolidated loads, we can use the consolidated loads as well just to avoid a carbon footprint. So these kind of technology are really helping our end-to-end supply chain. Once I say end-to-end supply chain, starts right from smart manufacturing to a very good distribution practices, and last one is a smart warehousing. So AI is indeed a very plus point in current world, and we as a country need to leverage that particular opportunity in at least next few years, for sure.
Thank you, sir. So now I come to Mr. Anil, sir, because he's representing the biggest logistics, not only in India, global, as well as the international level also. So if we see the logistic cost in a country, which I've heard around 10 to 12% as compared to the other countries we have. So that means our 10 to 12% of the GDP we're spending on the logistic services only. There's a movement of goods and services from one place to another place. So or especially in the pharma, the temperature control medicines, vaccines, serums, biological products, there's a very important till from the manufacturing and reaches to the end of the consumables. To maintain their temperature sensitivity is very important. So, is the current cold chain infrastructure in emerging markets truly fit for purpose? Or are we underestimating hidden risk in temperature maintenance across the products in our country, sir?
Thank you, Vikasji. First of all, I just want to clear one myth. There have been earlier reports about India's logistics cost being somewhere in the ballpark range about 12 to 14%. I, for one, have never been part of that school of thought. There have been, some reports which did allude to India's logistics cost being about 12 to 14% of the GDP. However, the benchmark as to how it was calculated were different because we were using benchmarks which were more European and North American context, which were unfit for calculating a similar cost for India. So India's cost was recalculated by a not-for-profit body, NCAER, National Center for Applied Economic Research, along with DPIIT, did a study, and they released the study recently in September 2025, which says that the logistics cost for India's logistics cost as compared to its GDP is give or take about 8 to 9%. So that's where we stand today. Of course, irrespective where we stand, whether India's logistics cost is high, yes, irrespective of the fact that whether we should reduce our logistics cost in context to ourselves, most certainly. So from that standpoint, are there any inefficiencies in the system? Clearly, we need to improve on those. To your question about temperature-controlled cold chain infrastructure being sufficient, most certainly not. We are very many miles away from having adequate infrastructure. There's one misconception that everything in pharma needs to go in temperature control. It is not. You for one should be most certainly aware of this. In supply chain, pretty much, I would say if I'm not, let me give you a ballpark number. I think 2/3 of everything which moves in pharma does not require temperature control movement. It requires ambient temperature, not of course very high, but ambient temperature is sufficient. But even for that 1/3, which requires temperature control movement, is our infrastructure sufficient? Now the answer is slightly complex. In terms of ample quantity of infrastructure, then yes, we have ample. But is it available at the right place, in the right amount of infrastructure required to handle our logistical needs? No. Give you an example. So say for a moment you want to move some specialty drugs which require cold chain movement from, say, a plant in Hyderabad to a smaller town, let's say Tirupati, or let's say Vizag, somewhat bigger, but it is not a full truckload equivalent, so you don't need to charter a vehicle to be able to do something like that. So you don't have a full truck vehicle movement. So the moment you have a less than a truckload movement between any small leg like Hyderabad, Tirupati, or a Hyderabad, Vizag, even still our infrastructure is suboptimal. And if it is for some reason the value will justify the need of something of this nature, then the reverse haul would kill it, right? So what do you get back? So what we require as an infrastructure, a genuine cold chain infrastructure on a national scale, is what we require is a network which would move, which would mean vehicles are moving from any part of the country to any other part of the country. Now I'll give you a metaphorical comparison to this. Imagine you were to go from Delhi to Banaras, and you want to go, so the option available to you is by flight. Now what do? You don't charter an aircraft, right? You go buy one ticket for yourself, assuming that all the rest of the 231 seats have been bought by others who will be able to fly. So that's the flexibility, which will add to the agility of being able to travel to Banaras in 2 hours. You want to add the flexibility of being able to buy one ticket and do that. Now, so this is, why are you able to do that? Because you're part of a network which is an airline network. Now, if that were the system, imagine in a system where you will have a network capability that you're able to send 20 cases or 20 cartons of temperature-controlled, required consignment from a Delhi to Banaras, and you are able to send it through a network fleet of that nature, irrespective of the cost being loaded for reverse haul also. That's the network you need. Or that's the network which will make us, a competent healthcare economy for the country that we now deserve. So from that standpoint, do you compare to, do we have sufficient? Certainly not. We have some distance to go.
Thanks, sir. So now I come to Mr. Ashish because he's also from representing the Mankind, which is one of the leading company who's supplying the medicines, OTC products, and general nature of items across the countries. So we see there is a weakest link in a pharma distribution, especially in the Tier B and Tier C cities. Maybe in metropolitan cities, Delhi, NCR, Bangalore, we have a full-fledged systems. All the private sector, government sectors, and logistics companies are remotely sending the materials within 24 hours, within 6 hours, 8 hours deliveries over there. So, and they have a cost also on that system. So how do we strike a balance between speed, cost, and environmental impact for pharma distribution across the country?
It's a very pertinent question. In the current set of contexts, as we talk about the biggest challenge in front of pharma industry is to find out a balance between speed, cost, and sustainability. What was happening 10 years ago, we were just trying to deliver a product at any cost. That was not primary parameter. We have to just deliver the right product with the right authenticity. But if we see from last few years, the kind of rising the price of commodity, fuel prices hike, along with a tough ESG guidelines and the kind of mandate which the government is imposing, and the kind of different regulations which are coming. From that perspective, it becomes very paramount. We should not only talk about delivering the product with the right speed, however, to deliver the product with the right speed, cost, and sustainability. Now, next question is, how can we do it? So, we are just, Dr. Anil was talking about a lot of things about the cold chain logistics. I echo his point, what he was trying to say. So we have, there are few of the parameters which has been used to deliver the products in a safe condition. If we talk about cold chain perspective, there are IoT-based sensor devices. There are IoT-based refrigeration units. There are data loggers, which we are using. But if we have to use them sustainability way, what we have to do, we have to use solar-based IoT devices sensors, which in case of outage of powers, still they can protect our products. Second can be, we have to use reusable and green packaging once we are transporting any goods from X to Y location. that can play a very huge role. Third can be we have to use a right AI-driven forecasting system which can consolidate the loads from X to Y node. If a same product can be delivered in one truck shipment, why do we need 2 truck shipment? Because it will go for additional carbon emissions. So those are small things which every corporate needs to think while having a good trade-off between speed, cost, and sustainability. And we are sure that for next few years, this is going to be the biggest challenge in front of us, but at the same time, this is going to be biggest opportunity. I'll say this is an opportunity. So let's try to capture this as an industry and just collaborate as a public and private partnership just to scale it India-wide.
Thank you, sir.
Because I think if your question has a little imbalance somewhere, and that is the balance between cost and sustainability. And I can tell you from my experience that when we, as a service provider, if I am going, we have close to about, say, 17,000 corporates in the country whom we serve. Now, if I have to strike a balance and go to my customers saying, okay, because of ESG standards and greening your supply chain, there's a possible avenue or option that I'm giving you towards sustainability. Can I convert the vehicles into, can I convert my EV, can I provide EV vehicles to handle your supply chain, to do your shipments? But this is going to cost me about ₹1 more. Imagine 99 out of 100 times what will be the reply that will come to us. I'm sorry, बाद में देख लेंगे ग्लोब को, पहले अभी ₹1 किलो कम कर दो. So वो ग्लोब बाद में देखेंगे, तो पहले ₹1 किलो कम कर दो. Cost and sustainability में 100 out of 100 times, not 99 out of 100 times, 100 out of 100 times, cost will predominantly be front and center of a discussion, irrespective of which organization, mankind included. By the way, they are also our client.
Just to add on here, this is the shift which we're talking about. I mean, this is our mindset which is coming from last many years. And the kind of green supply chain which we're talking about, I understand it will take time, but somewhere our green supply chain, our ESG mandates should come over the cost as well. But if you talk to mankind also, they will talk about cost first. But I think this is the permanent shift is going to come.
Back in the day, see, this was not, so I don't say all this out of despair, right? Why are these guys not giving me ₹1 more? That's not the idea. So at the original side, it was despair saying, okay, we would like to contribute to, greening the system somewhat, and this is costing somewhat, why not the willing? But they are a corporate house, they are a public listed company, they're answerable to the stakeholders. So that has sunk into the system, broader supply chain partnerships, and it is now clear that, okay, this is how it is going to be. So it's kind of a chicken or egg story. Can we create an infrastructure large enough to support, the sustainability factor or lever to reach a certain stage where the cost will start making sense? Today, in the two-wheeler and the three-wheeler category, the sustainability has started functioning economically, viable sense. It is another matter altogether that two and three-wheeler are not great logistics tools, right? As soon as it becomes a commercial vehicle, because of the long range not being there, commercial vehicles have not become sustainable yet. So as soon as that happens, there will be a major shift which will be happening towards this direction. Initially, it might be at some additional cost, but as scale hits the right, trigger, then of course cost will also start, appearing to be on the positive side. So today, it does not seem to be the right balance yet.
So truly said, sir. So usually we also see such aspects that slightly cost is increasing on an immediate basis, but we have to see the long run. Exactly. And we have to compare the TCO, that is total cost of ownership. That is the environment, individual, and the product. Exactly. Because as a manufacturer, we are making the products for the use for our own people. And if we are playing with their health by playing with a 1 or 2 rupees saving over there, so we have to think for the long term. And this sustainability, ESG, definitely is already on the way. and it's come on a big way from the government as well as from the public-private partnership as well.
I have a small risk factor, like because again people are sitting, and we can say like as per WHO estimates, see the stats are 25% of the vaccines globally are wasted due to the temperature. So now we can talk. See the people are listening, and the message is also going. So something from the regulatory point of view, from the government point of view, it has to be, there should be a policy. And few countries have taken it, US, EU, both they have made acts for this. Because we are saying that 25% of the vaccine is wasted. But among us, how many of us have taken that 25%, we don't know. Now that is one major public concern. So that is also to be considered, and this message should go to the regulators and the government authorities. Okay, this kind of thing is happening, and you can imagine a person can die because of the dog bite. Now the person is taking that 25% or the rest at 75%, we don't know. Now we can understand a person can die after taking the vaccine also, after 30 days or somebody. So this is a loss. We can see the risk. So this is the risk. So we have to come around and we have to think, we have to increase the cost, and definitely we have to go it. So this is the risk. That's the major concern.
I would like to come in regarding the concerns. So this is where the ecosystem is required, where the government has already set up bioparks, API parks. It is there, and then they have to create this ecosystem where the drug is manufactured, stored properly, and from there it is distributed. That will solve to some extent some concerns vis-a-vis when it comes to the supply chain, or you can say transporting of the drugs which are sensitive. As Anil said, it's not for all the drugs. It's only 1/3 of the drug that requires such kind of robust transportation and all. So we can always put these kind of ecosystems that will help us reduce these challenges. That's my point.
Yeah. So now we move on to another topic. There's a skill development in pharmacy supply chain. So if we see in a hospital, the attrition rate is around 20%, especially in paramedical nursing. So as just on a lighter note, when we go for the HR, so they say because यार लोगों को काम नहीं मिलता. We see heard from the people, यार नौकरी नहीं मिल रही है. When we go for the HR, they say यार काम के लिए लोग नहीं मिल रहे. Third, when we go for the management, they say यार जो लोग हैं ये काम नहीं करते. So it's become a slogan, लोगों को काम नहीं मिल रहा, काम के लिए लोग नहीं मिल रहे, और जो लोग हैं organization में वो काम नहीं कर रहे. So we come on a ma'am, Dr. Kanak ma'am. So especially in the supply chain, it's a complex because manufacturers are making, distributors are distributing, and hospitals, healthcare providers are using on the patient. So are the current academic curriculum aligned with real industry's need, ma'am?
First of all, I'll congratulate and PHDCCI and Dr. Vikas. You have already said in beginning of your statement that India is the pharmacy of the world.
Yes.
Unfortunately, what data is, you were also quoting the data that job is not there, and companies are saying, claiming peoples are not ready for the job. I would also say, like, unfortunately, the data is showing 44% nearly pharmacists are ready to be absorbed in job. So still the gap is 55%, where I'm finding our roles and the industry roles are together will play better, outcome. So far, you are asking about the syllabus. Curricula is perfectly aligned with the requirement of industry or not. I would say with the rapidly growing technology and the industry are adopting technology like AI-powered supply chain, the bench chain, blockchain of traceability, the LOT, it's internet-enabled gadgets, cloud-based supply chain management, and autonomy and digital documentations. Our curricula present is far behind. It's a partially, I would say, where the pharmaceutical students are deeper into the theoretical knowledge. They are lacking very much practical aspects. Inside the classroom, it's not possible to make them to give the feel that what is happening in the production unit, what is happening in supply chain, What is exactly is warehousing? See, whatever you provide content, it is not justifying the practicality of industry in the classroom. I would here also mention, like you took the name of hospital and nursing and paramedics. Fortunately, I am heading the Health Sciences Institution where I have opportunity to shape up these all courses. And I am finding the difference between pharmacy education curricula and the nursing and paramedics. From day one, the orientation finish, and then in classroom they are going to adapt the practicality of their curriculum, because it is made in that way that they are supposed to go in hospital, they are supposed to see patient personally, they are supposed to touch patient personally. So when they are getting passed from the college and hospital are hiring them, hospitals are sure that they from day one, from first attendance, they are going to be employee, because they are ready. They have been made ready in their 4 years of curriculum. Whereas pharmacy students, very much, with the heart I will say, we are not able to justify their practical skills development in the classroom. The way the PCI, the governing councils and approving bodies are designing curriculum, it is very much gap we are realizing from the aspect of industry. I myself studied pharmacy, and we have been hired by the pharmaceutical company. But yes, even then, that moment we were realizing gap between the actual what we are seeing the world of pharmacy and what we have been taught in the classroom. Still, it is gap is same. Little bit we came to the modernization of classrooms by installing smart board and all, but the basic curriculum need to be revised very much. But this can be only happen when industry people would shake hand with academicians to design domain specific. I would say here, because we are discussing about healthcare equity, reaching to the individual citizen of Viksit Bharat. Here it is very important to utter that we need collaboration with industry to design specific trainings, maybe incorporated in the curriculum, so that the time adjustment and the mandatorily this would be delivered in the classroom. We can't take escape from that. So this is very much is the need of an hour to incorporate those things in the academics of pharmacy.
Right, ma'am.
Yes.
Truly said, ma'am. So now I come to Dr. Akhtar, because she is representing the Hamdard University and handling the pharmacy professionals and taking classes also. So ma'am, what new skill set you see we have to head it in our pharma curriculum, so that the students which coming after the 2, 3, 4, 5 years of studies become ready to absorb by the industries and impart their knowledge, skills and attitude from day one on the job?
As ma'am has correctly mentioned, that no matter how well we teach, we can't make students understand what actually is going in an industry lab. So it is the requirement of the curricula that to integrate industry and academia. We can always have collaborations, though I would say at Hamdard we have a lot of collaborations with the industry, but only few students go to those internships and those industries. We have like MPharm projects where students go to industry to complete their projects. But I would say that is limited. That does not make most of the force, can say, skilled. So we can have labs, as in the morning session we had Gautamji from LSSDC, wherein they actually develop labs in collaboration between industry and academia, where students can be actually trained. Because if I ask a student to develop a protocol for BEB studies, he won't be able to do that, because we don't teach that. It's a practical part. And we don't have many much information about that as an academia. So it is very much pertinent that we bring there are a lot of CROs who carry out these BAB studies. We collaborate, we bring them on board and make students learn what is required in the industry.
Thank you, ma'am. So now we come on counterfeit drugs. So if we see the newspapers, so we are always seeing on a daily basis the drug inspectors or regulators have identified some of the spurious drug, misbranded drug, adulterated drugs, and they do inspections of the sites, manufacturing units, or the local peoples who are involving these illegal activities over there. So as we see, so we have a good distribution practices. We have a good manufacturing practices. These are the laws, the standards are already applicable. But we have not seen the good logistic practices or the goods distribution practices across the countries. So, Mr. Anil, because you are looking after the distribution part, once the manufacturer made and handed over to the products to you for the distribution, so is the current regulatory framework for distribution is enough strong, or do we need some stricter enforcement for global harmonization?
See, one of the most pertinent issues, and if I may call it concerns, that as an outsider to the pharma sector or the healthcare sector, I can voice out. Compare it with the food. Of course, just as all the food is ingested, drugs are also ingested. So compare it to the food sector. There's a body called FSSAI, Food Safety and Security Association of India. FSSAI has created certain norms. It is now, by law, an act which necessitates that any food grade item that we carry in the national distribution network through trucks, in the warehouses, in trains, in airplanes, no matter where you're carrying or where you're storing, there's a certain standard in which you are supposed to store and you are supposed to carry those goods. Unfortunately, to my best understanding, there is no such standard available in the pharma business. Now, once again, you kind of put yourself in a situation where you're trying to send 1,000 kilos of pharmaceuticals, even surgical equipment, no matter what you call it. You want to send about 1,000 kilos of goods from, say, point A to point B or one town to another. So the only mechanism for you to send this is a part truck load, right, or a part container load, which basically fundamentally means you're supposed to co-share the space in that container or the space in that truck from, say, a Delhi to Banaras, same example, or, say, a Delhi to Belgium in another example. Now, since you do not have the best practice standard available, no act or law or legislation available to safeguard the carrying standards, you're basically allowing your goods to be carried along with chemicals, along with automotive parts, along with lubricant, along with, stuff which is completely irrational to be co-loaded along with, drugs to be carried, moved. That is not the case in that is not the case in food grade materials. That is only, unfortunately, an exception. So what is a global norm? A European standard is a GDP, which is good distribution practice. So GDP plan is unfortunately not something that we follow here in India. And even if we do follow, even if there are some organizations, say like Mankind or others, who are manufacturing in a global atmosphere, they're trying to use that practice for global standard, but they're not doing it for the domestic level. So this is one big, gap I see, which is fairly concerning, so as to speak in the larger logistics or rather supply chain roadmap.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Ashish, so should there be a stricter liability and accountability across the supply chain from manufacturer to distributors to retailers to ensure and prevent the counterfeit, spurious or adulterated drug distribution across the country?
See, it's a tricky question.
So what's your say?
It's a very tricky question. First of all, as Mr. Anil was talking about, we need to just bring that ecosystem where people are understanding what are the GDP practices which we need to follow. If we talk about, I'll just take an example from counterfeiting perspective. There is two technology which are being used a lot. It's a mandatory in US, in fact. Each and every package which got shipped from X to Y location should have a traceability code, which you call as serialization. So serialization and blockchain are the one which has been very much prevalent, and in few of the countries become mandate, like US and EU. wherein every packet of pharmaceutical which is being given to patient, that got a 2D barcode. And if a guy just click on that barcode, he can get all the information of that product, in what state that has traveled, what the value chain, be it from manufacturing, be it from warehousing, R&D, and then final to stockist, and then going back to the patient. So all these regulations are there, but I think we, from India perspective, we are a bit behind. We have to first create that ecosystem where people understand that how these kind of technology are working. And once we created those ecosystems, then I'll say it must become mandate kind of thing across the value chain, be it manufacturer, supplier, raw material supplier, R&D or warehousing guy or distributor, then it can become mandate from there. This is my perspective on that.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Puneet, so how can the serialization, track and trace system, blockchain be scaled effectively across fragmented supply chain and help us to prevent the distribution of the spurious and adulterated drugs across the country?
Again, before giving the answer to the question, because it is again fragmented, you said. So again, see, again, a risk related to the people. See, as per WHO, it's stating that 1 out of 10 is a counterfeit medicine. And the market of counterfeit medicine, we can say the market of drugs, but again, the market of counterfeit medicine is more than 200 billion globally. So that's the stats which WHO have given. Now talking about the serialization and complete control. So definitely there is a, say, as everybody said, that ecosystem and the things are coming. So enforcement is one of the most important thing. Now enforcement as well as use of AI. Now here comes the role of AI. Although I'm not sure that what is the number of patients which are able to do it, like to do the scan of the strip which they are taking. We still have a again trend of in the Indian see the medical stores. If you can see that's a end user. We have a system of cutting the strips also. People cut the strip and they give 1 dose, 2 dose, 1 tablets, 2 tablets and all. Now this kind of thing is happening actually. So how to control it? Like enforcement is very important, and the complete control from the factory up to the end user. If you have a complete control on so the batch and all the details, as well as along with it, see the control on how the drug is moving across by using AI and other sensors and other things. So that is actually important, but it has to be enforced. I have seen the local market, because when I was working with the industry, we see that the medicines are going into the local market. And I was trying to get, for the research purpose, I was trying to get anti-cancer medicine. To reduce the immunity of the animal for some in vivo testing. So I tried to get the drug from the medical stores. I didn't get it. People asked for prescription, particularly 1 mg NetMeds, and they asked for prescription. But I got it from the medical store without a prescription also. Now, when we don't have this kind, we don't have that kind of enforcement that nobody can give. There should be complete control on it. So only enforcement, because we see overnight we cannot change the perspective of everybody. See, every patient. I also say if I require a drug, and as a pharmacist, if I require a drug, I go to the medical store, and if that person asks me for a prescription, then I say no, I am also a doctor. I am also a pharmacist. So this is a tendency. So overnight the tendency cannot change, but enforcement can change us at this point of time, although it should be from the education system. And being the pharma and the healthcare students, they have to be trained well, and there should be tendency, a kind of, say, a complete ecosystem should be developed from the academia, that the student should think before acting, before working. They should think about this. And there is a responsibility also. So this responsibility is very important to understand this. Now again, coming back to the part like the fragmentation and how it should go. So definitely we need complete control. If we have complete control, if we get this kind of system, at least at this point of time, we can give the recommendations to the government, to the regulatory bodies, that at least for the critical drugs, for those drugs where the misuse can lead to serious problems and even death also. So there it should be implemented as a pilot, and then it should be implemented for the complete range of drugs and medicines available in the country.
Right, sir. So, Dr. Kanak ma'am, in our hospitals and healthcare industries, so we have a 5 hours for the nursing and pharmacy, like right patient, right dose, right time, right drug, and the right quality products over there. So what's your insights by following this right principle, 5-hour principle, which is the age-old, how we can, as a healthcare providers in the chain of healthcare, we can prevent the distribution of these spurious or these adulterated drugs or counterfeit drugs in the healthcare system, and should safeguard our patients who are coming to our hospitals or healthcare system.
See, first of all, to avoid counterfeit drug entry into the hospital, actually hospital is having a very calculated and fixed purchase process. Anybody cannot, any supplier cannot just go enter and force them to buy some medicines. They have a presentation system, they have proper hospital purchase and store department where pharmacy heads, where the group of people are sitting and the tenders are getting up in a public domain for approaching them for rate quotations and all. And with the duly validation of distribution company, production company, they are purchasing and they are allowing medical store to buy the medicines. So particularly in hospitals, it's a very, I can assure that, 0% error is expected, though individually, if you'll ask me, the people are, even rural area, even in urban area, people are not aware that how to distinguish between the actual strips and counterfeit medicines, because in recent days we saw television news in which the GTV channel were presenting that a lot of counterfeit medicines with the actual stripping and actual packaging they seized. So such kind of production need to be stopped. I would expect that the system and implementation should be up to the level, maybe through the interference of regulatory body, that no one should dare, like Dr. Puneet said, students should have ethical values built in them during the education, that they should also not dream to earn quick by the shortest path, by doing something illegal or unethical. So instead of hospital, I would suggest like a general population need to be made aware about the counterfeit drugs, that they should be aware about not to purchase medicines. Especially I saw that even antihypertensive, anti-diabetics, with the actual wrapper and actual packaging is with the fake drugs, it is there. So some sort of awareness sessions also should be carry on with through the help of regulatory body, I would expect. The central government should, we are seeing a lot of advertisements of other products, but never we see such kind of awareness, clips. कैसे बचें आप दवाइयों के नकली दवाइयों को परचेज करने से, sort of little bit more awareness in the country should be made. Like during COVID, we have seen that we have adopted the cleanliness, 5 stages hand cleaning process and all. So if we'll draw the attention of common people, I think this can be, prohibited.
Truly said, ma'am. So if we see in a healthcare, so certain regulations we already have, like Schedule H, H1 drugs, making the anti-tubercular drugs, the prescription has to be maintained by the pharmacist in the pharmacies over there. The antidepressant medicine has to be not given to every patient over there. Every record has to be maintained in the hospitals. As well as for the biological products, insulins, we have our prescription-based systems over there.
See, there is a difference between making rule and implementing rule. So I would here say, like, yes, we do agree that 100% we are in India is making rule, we believing in making the rules, but then somewhere there is a tool, there should be tool to get this implemented. So this part I would expect should be more strongly, this should be implemented, because in a smaller area, interiors, a lot of counterfeit drugs are getting circulated, because then they have, pharmacist is having bigger margin, they are selling on a MRP and they are just getting on a very nominal price in their store. So, I mean, no good company and licensing company are preparing a counterfeit. But yes, then a lot of other hidden agendas are going on, in which the people are purchasing also. They are getting after 10 days, if somebody is not getting control their BP, then they are changing the brand. Kya ho gaya? Dusre dukaan se kharide kya? Then they are getting away. So my thought is like we should make people, citizens aware, and then yes, of course, ethical practice to be in place to control this. Yeah.
So, in fact, one small thing, like we are sitting at the platform along with the PhD Chamber of Commerce. I don't know, I'm not very clear about the mandate, but I recommend this from this platform, that if PhD Chamber of Commerce can give these recommendations to the government, or by collaboration between Indian Pharmaceutical Association and PhD Chamber of Commerce, we can develop short courses, short advanced training courses in line with the industry, so that these students can be trained at say a very subsidized cost, and this vision can move ahead. So we can definitely bring a change, so at least.
Thank you, sir. So considering the time limit, so I'm just changing my questions and asking just last two questions from my panelists. So Anil, sir, so what is the single biggest blind spot in today's pharma supply chain that leaders are not talking about enough?
See, from my standpoint, I think I already told you one very critical point, which is, if I was to wear a hat of a logistics service provider, I already mentioned a very critical point, which is how should drugs be moved from one part of the country to another, one part of the world to another, especially when we are moving goods from India out. So that part having got said, maybe I think if I wear a consumer hat for a minute. So from that standpoint, I believe the problem of what, you mentioned about the 5 principles of the right drug being, consumed or whatever. So from that standpoint, if I was prescribed by, say, Dr. Kanaklata, if she was a practicing physician, she's prescribed me a drug, one would assume that I would assume that she would prescribe a drug, say, ibuprofen or something like that. But when I'm carrying that prescription to my local pharmacist, he or she is giving me the ibuprofen of whichever brand he or she prefers, right? So while there's a moral standard we are trying to affix on the doctor, saying instead of telling which brand medicine to prescribe, give a generic name, maybe say ibuprofen. But when I go to a pharmacist, I don't know who's manufacturing what. So when I give a prescription of ibuprofen, that fellow is giving me the ibuprofen he prefers to sell me. So we're passing this moral baton from the doctor to a pharmacist, but at the end of the day, the consumer is getting rogered in any case. So I believe there is some, in part of this vicious circle, the checks and balances have to be created in a manner which allow the right moral standards to be practiced appropriately. So this is not really a supply chain answer, but that's the best I can give you, sorry.
Thank you, sir. So Mr. Ashish, your points on the same questions. So what is the single biggest blind spot in today's pharma supply chain that leaders are not talking about enough?
See, if I share my perspective, I have 2 points. First one, leaders are talking about APIs a lot. I think upstream of the raw materials, the one which are inputs to those API, like insolvents, reagents, fermentation inputs, and in few of the cases, they are just single source supplies. I think we should talk about that thing. That's the first point. Second, if I give perspective for logistics, whenever manufacturer produces the goods, is in a very safe condition at their warehouse. Whenever warehouse guy is just storing the products, it's under very well temperature control condition. But when it travels from manufacturer to warehousing, I think that infrastructure required for transportation perspective is something which industry leaders should talk about more, because that requires a lot of investment in the infrastructures, refrigerated containers, IoT sensor devices. I think these two things which leaders should be more focusing on.
Right, sir. Rightly said. So, Dr. Akhtar, ma'am, so if you had to prioritize one reform today to future-proofing the pharma supply chain, what would it be?
I would say it is the structural reforms across the ecosystem. We have especially the API system and API manufacturing is all fragmented. As my colleague has mentioned correctly, that the supply API, when it comes to API especially, it is not only about the last product. It comes from your chemicals, reagents, and everything. Unless and until they are layered and they are supported in a layer system, they are put in a singular structural framework, it will be very difficult to achieve sustainability in all kind of sources, living up in the supply chain. So when you have such kind of systems, we'll definitely develop sustainable solution to these kind of issues.
Thank you, ma'am. So, Dr. Kanaklata, ma'am, your point of view from the technician and training point of view on the same.
Would you please repeat?
So, if we have a chance to reform the future-proof the supply chain for the healthcare supply chain, so what would be?
See, supply chain is these days just not the transportation, matter of transportation and distribution. It is now adapting and has already adapted the tech-savvy systems. So, would expect like they are critical pillar for making every individual availed by their need of medicines and medication. So I would expect like supply chain management to be dealt with the trained professionals. What is happening, like we are making people to learn maybe commerce, maybe pharmacy graduate, but everybody is getting absorbed in the job, even in supply chain. Though the quality and things are assured by the regulatory body, but they don't have anything laid on to make people trained in a very specific domain. Our pharmacy education is like, it's a 4 years course, but so much stuff is there without any domain-specific categorization. So I would expect categorization to be done. Like in BTechs, they have, from beginning, they have a very mindset ready for software or mechanical or electrical. So we don't have that category in the pharmacy education. Like everyone is studying same thing, no, and merely they are getting training in the internships. What internships? They are observational internships they are going through with. They are not able to see the product by eyes, not handling any equipments, just they are observing what is happening. So this should be more lengthy and involve partnering internships where they are going to learn actual things to, prohibit pilferage and you can say the lacking of skills in the sector of supply chain. Especially I would say one thing, like even faculty immersion in industry should be there to make faculty updated with the technology, what is going on in supply chain, what is exactly AI empowered, IoT, blockchain system, cloud management, data analysis, data analytics. So these things are very much lacking in academic, even in the part of faculty, if you would say. So my submission would be like, we should collaborate, academia should collaborate with the industry to design, to understand and to deliver the content which is actually required to make supply chain a great success and to be handled with the equipped and skilled manpower. We understand being an academician, like there is a gap between knowledge and skills and qualification and competence. So we should try to match this. Would be a great,
Thank you, ma'am.
outcome.
Thank you, thank you. So as we come to end of this enriching discussions, so a few the key themes clearly emerges out. The need to reduce the over-dependency on import while maintaining a cost competitiveness, the urgency to strengthen the logistic infrastructure and last-mile delivery system, the importance of building a robust domestic manufacturing ecosystem, and the most importantly, the collective responsibility to eliminate the counterfeit drugs and safeguard patient trust across the country. So what stands out is that no single stakeholder can solve this problem. So we need a collaborative approach between the industries, regulatory, healthcare providers, and the technology enablers. So on that note, I thank sincerely to all my panelists for sharing their valuable insights, to all the dignitaries and delegates who are listening from last 1.5 hours to us, and thanks a lot to PHDCCI and the organizing member for this wonderful summit and giving the opportunity to discuss our thoughts and share our thoughts to all of you. So thanks a lot. Thank you so much. So we can take any questions? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request Shri Abhay Kumar Srivastav sir to join me on the stage to felicitate the moderator and the panelists for this session. May I request Dr. Vikas Goyal to please step ahead. Sir is the Deputy General Manager and Head Supply Chain Management, Fortis Memorial Research Institute. Dr. Maimuna Akhtar, Professor Medicinal Chemistry, Director CTSI, Center for Teaching Support and Innovations, Jamia Hamdard. Dr. Puneet Gupta, Secretary, Indian Pharmaceutical Association, UP, Chief Coordinator, Drug Discovery and Development Cluster, Amity University. Shri Anil Sayal, President, Safe Express Private Limited. Dr. Kanak Lata, Director, Education, Metro College of Health Sciences and Research, a unit of Metro Group of Hospitals, Metro College of Health Science and Research. Shri Ashish Nigam, AGM Logistics and Distribution, Mankind Pharma. Thank you for this session. We will be proceeding to the next. Yeah, sir, I'll request you to stay back for a group photograph, please. I request all the dignitaries to join a little ahead of the stage. Would you like to join? Later? Okay. So now we proceed to the fourth session, Last Mile Access to Medicines, Strengthening Pharma Distribution and Affordability. May I invite... मैं आपसे मिलती हूँ सर.
Sure, sure.
रोकने के लिए बोलूँ? Sure. हाँ जी सर. Ma'am, I also want to meet you. आप जाते नहीं रहेंगे.
That he is on the way, so he'll be joining later.
Okay.
Other than that, I guess.
All right. हो गया? Sir, हो गया? अच्छा. बुलाना शुरू कर. The next session on last mile access to medicines, strengthening pharma distribution and affordability. This session will be moderated by Shri Manish Rastogi, co-founder and chief strategist at Global Diaspora for Public Health Dialogues. The panelists for this session, Shri Naveen Sahani, AVP North India Head, Apollo Pharmacy, Dr. Rajiv Sharma, Vice President, Tata 1mg, Dr. Sunil Khetrapal, Deputy Director General, AHPI NetMeds, would be joining us in a few minutes. Ms. Nilima Mehan, Founder and Managing Director, Healthcare India, Co-founder at Samveda Hospital. Shri Ritwik Mahajan, Director, Healthcare Consultant to Mahajan Medical Agencies. The digital and e-pharmacy platforms, e-pharmacy regulatory landscape.
Well, good evening, everybody. And now I think we have reached the last session of this summit. I would call it summit, given the enthusiasm of the crowd, of the delegates, and the kind of policy inputs we have received across all three previous panels. So it's nothing less than a summit. Well, my topic is last mile access to medicines, strengthening pharma distribution and affordability. We have a very balanced panel. It's a kind of 2+2+1. So we have two senior leaders from e-pharmacy companies, namely Apollo Pharmacy, Mr. Naveen Sahani, AVP North. Then we have Dr. Rajiv Sharma, Vice President, Tata 1mg. So this is the e-pharmacy side. We have two veterans from pharmaceutical industry. We have Ms. Nilima Mehan. She is MD, Healthcare India, and she also owns a hospital called Samved. Then we have a very young Ritwik Mahajan. He's a director at Mahajan Medical Agencies, oldest, a medical distribution company in Jammu and Kashmir, a kind of legacy company. We are also waiting for Dr. Sunil Mahajan, who's Sunil Khetrapal, who's a Deputy Director General, AHPI. He is on the way. Well, moving ahead, little about my background. And before that, I must thank PhD Chambers of Commerce leadership for such a great opportunity and opportunity to be a knowledge partner for this great event. Well, my name is Manish Rastogi, and I'm a co-founder and chief strategist of GD PhD. It's Global Diaspora for Public Health Dialogues. It's a healthcare think tank. We just set up 2 months back. And the main mission of this healthcare strategic think tank is to place Indian healthcare and medtech companies in global arena. Well, if you look at the last mile access to the medicine, it reminds me of a very a declaration of Almaty Declaration 1978 of WHO. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. There is a Maruti France car, UK 67FX 5766. It has been parked a little incorrect, so the hotel authorities have told us to check if it belongs to anyone in this conference. Maruti France UK 67FX 5766. Thank you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. So basically, we had in 1978 Almaty Declaration, and where we adopted this USC concept, universal healthcare, and now we are in 2026. Even after 50 years, I believe like we have not achieved even 60-70% of the USC globally. Well, technology advancement and all, and formats like technology platforms like e-pharmacy, I think there is some hope, and hopefully at least when it comes to the medicine supplies, we'll be reaching out many pin codes in next 10 to 20 years. So with these words and all, I'll begin the session, round one of this session, and I'll start with Mr. Naveen Sahani. So, sir, it's been almost 1 decade, 2015 to 2025. So, there have been regulatory uncertainty and then again temptation to reach out mass market. So, I want to have your comments on what has transpired in last 10 years.
Sure. Good evening to all. And first of all, I would like to thank PhD Chamber of Commerce for giving me this opportunity to be here as a panelist. So if I have to talk of, if I look at the theme, it says healthcare equity reaching every citizen of Viksit Bharat. Well, I would move back to a year called 1983, where our chairman, Sir Padma Shri Dr. Pratap C. Reddy, founded the first Apollo hospital in Chennai to bring world-class medical facilities to the Indian citizens. With that, he built a world-class system of 73 hospitals, 1,100 plus doctors, and around 10,000 beds. With this, also in 1983, he envisioned that we should be providing to every citizen of India genuine medicines. Round-the-clock availability of the genuine medicines should be there to every citizen of India. So the first hospital care pharmacy was formed. After that, in 1987, we formed the first standalone pharmacy, and which led to formation of India's largest omni-channel pharmacy chain, which has 7,200 plus pharmacies currently in India, spread across 28 states, 5 union territories, 108 districts, and 1,500 towns and cities. Well, if we look at this long journey, and look at the question that you have put across to us, that how to strengthen the pharma distribution. Well, when the industry was looking at uncertainty, we at Apollo Pharmacy were looking to scale trust to the customers. So we built Apollo Pharmacy at that time, and today we are very proud that today we have 7,200 pharmacies across India. We recently opened our 7,000th pharmacy in Ayodhya in Uttar Pradesh. So with that, in 2020, we formed Apollo 247, which is our online platform with the envision of providing genuine ordering medicines to the customer, category management, and also the diagnostic facilities to the customers. So that was what envisioned us that, and today we can proudly say that we have 33 million subscribers in Apollo 247, and we serve 19,000 pin codes across the country, and in the metro cities we provide in 19 minutes delivery to the customer. Coming back to Apollo Pharmacy, we are very happy to share that every Indian has an access to an Apollo Pharmacy within 40 kilometers of his residence and 40 minutes of his residence and 2 kilometers of the residence. So with that, we process around 2,800 million prescriptions per year and 1 million prescriptions every day. That is what has leveraged us the strength of in putting up the uncertainties into a strength for us. And then when we look at, when the industry was fighting this uncertainty, we looked at the strong supply chain management, what we had with us, and also the CDSO rules, leveraging all of them into building a total healthcare system which would which bridge the gap of urban and rural India. So now we can proudly say that we not only provide genuine medicines across the country through Apollo 247, our app, but also we provide the convenience of a neighborhood pharmacy to each and every Indian across the country. We have a very robust system in our system. We built the first, we can proudly say that we built the first ERP system in the country. With that ERP system, we can track every medicine from our stores to the back end to our offices. We can track everything. And we ensure that every medicine that we provide to our customer is genuine. And every medicine is accounted for, its batch number, its authenticity, its cold chain management. While in the previous panel, I was hearing a thing which said that cold chain management, Apollo ensures that to every customer that it provides, the right ambient temperature is maintained for each medicine. So that is what the trust Apollo is trying to build across the years, across that times that we have had. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It looks like a lot of data constellation, okay. But fact is like, it looks like a 3T, trust, technology, and transparency. Well, moving to Dr. Rajiv Sharma. So it's a similar question, but different connotations. And especially startups like yours, which has done a phenomenal job. Yeah, it's a brand. Before even Tata, was affixed. So this is regulatory uncertainty and heightened competition from unorganized and organized online and offline players, impacting investor sentiments. You know that investor sentiments swing. So your take on.
Yeah, no, thank you. First of all, thank you, PHDCCI, for inviting us, and very pertinent and important question. So I think from, and I would take from where Naveenji, left, e-pharmacy, online pharmacy, as well as, now let's call them omni-channel pharmacy distribution system, is probably going to be the order of the day. I think that no disputing that, because the patient and the user needs medicine and healthcare services where they need it, when they need it, and whatever they may need in healthcare services. Now, if there is regulatory uncertainty like how we have seen in the last 10 to 11 years, investor sentiments always take a nosedive. And there is always this, in financial terms, beta, which reduces the overall valuation of the sector as well as companies. And that is not generally good for the sector. So I think from regulatory clarity point of view, it's very, very important and urgent that we have e-pharmacy rules notified. So there are online pharmacy rules for last 8 years that were drafted by DTAB, DCC, the highest authorities in pharmaceutical space in the country. And they have been lying, with the relevant departments, waiting to be notified. And I think once that happens, that really creates a sort of ease as well as convenience and comfort amongst the investors. So that's super important. When it comes to the competition, as you say, I think many a times when we are in the industry or sub-industry or trying to carve out a new industry, and there are fewer players in the industry, you always see and become territorial about your new startup or venture, and it happens for sub-sector of an industry as well, like e-pharmacy. But I think how we look at it is that it is no more an online pharmacy or offline pharmacy. There are hybrid models. There is pharmacy, there is a chemist or a pharmacist shop, and there are licensed premises, and patient or a user needs medicine. Now, how he or she gets medicine is either going to the shop or taking, ordering at home. Now, ordering at home can be via WhatsApp, or it could be on an app. Now, we cannot say that app and website is online and WhatsApp is offline. Both of them are pretty much online. So I think with that, omni-channel, where, like how Apollo started with so many and such a nice infrastructure of pharmacies across the country, and then moved on to the online pharmacy, and now working with 24/7. Tata 1mg had a little reversal of journey. We started with online medicine, and then now we have around 300 odd pharmacy shops or stores already. So I think both the two models, from online to omni-channel, offline to omni-channel, are kind of merging. So it is kind of turning into a technology-enabled, serving the patient, trustworthy pharmaceutical distribution system. So I don't think it's nowhere a competitive scenario, but I think there is too much of a space in terms of growth. What growth offline pharmacies have seen in terms of numbers and revenue, online pharmacies have actually been lesser than the offline pharmacies, although both of the pharmacy numbers are really nice. So there is generally, when an economy or a country goes through a GDP per capita increment where people have more money to spend, across the globe, the healthcare spend increases. So overall, the pie is seeing an increment and an increase. And I think more the services, more the channels of sales, more healthcare services, the better it is. So I don't think it's a competition of sorts, but I think all of them will kind of coexist.
Thank you so much. While listening to you for last few minutes, a thought just crossed my mind, and it's all about the value added. So you have a good competition from Apollo in terms of value addition. You have a diagnostics, and they do have. So it looks like the future brand, say competition, could emerge in that area. Value addition, yeah. Thank you so much. Now I'll move to Nilima Madam. Before that, Ritvik Mahajan. I just need to know, in fact, in 2000, I did 3 e-commerce projects. And for Shapurji Palanji, then Satyam, and then probably last one was for some FMC major. And during those 3 e-commerce projects, I realized the trust between online and offline. It was too early. It was nascent years of e-commerce in those days, 26 years back. So my question is how could e-commerce player integrate offline retailers in their offering? And I know that you have done a lot of supply chain projects, and and then a legacy business, a company in Jammu and Kashmir. So I'm sure your perception, your opinion will be will factor a lot of all those background things. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you so much, PhD Chamber of Commerce, for setting this up. And it has always been a great experience, bringing our experience and our thoughts on a single platform where the entire dilemma of offline versus online, which is best or which is not best. And this is giving us an opportunity where we all collaborate, integrate, and work towards a better service delivery, where we increase the last mile access to medicine and make it more affordable. India has around 1 million chemists which are operating even in the most rural parts of the country, where the technology or where the warehouse of an online pharmacy is not accessible. And as Mr. Rajiv already mentioned, that India is already moving towards a future of omni-channel, wherein now the online pharmacies are moving towards the offline stores. But I see here a great opportunity where we evolve as a marketplace and give a platform to the rural pharmacies to get on board, have sufficient training on the compliance, sufficient infrastructure equipped to handle cold chain. I think that can be a great, leverage to the healthcare industries where we can make our healthcare more accessible till the last mile. As Naveen sir already mentioned that, cool chain regulatory with Apollo has been very compliant, and they are able to meet the statutory. So which is a failure in a lot of case at a local pharmacy in the suburban areas. So it's not about online versus offline. I think it's more of a phygital economy that we are talking about, where physical stores collaborate with the digital stores to deliver the service. And a hyper-local fulfillment center, e-assisted offline pharmacies, I think that can be the future of the pharma retail.
Absolutely right. It looks like the things are happening either way. So physical, absolutely, it would be it's going to be inevitable, because I've seen the last 1 decade online players going offline. So
one more major area which, because of the compliance and regulatory...
It's a euphemistically called experience center.
Right.
Okay. Allow me to have some sarcasm. So moving to Nilma madam. Well, online players, e-pharmacy players, they have a very good demand and inventory data analytics. But I've seen when it comes to the packaging, so like 5 medicine or say 10 medicine in a pack, nothing has been done on. It's very important from sustainability or environmental or ESG perspectives. And moreover, when it comes to the common man, and when whatever we don't require medicines, we throw in in the regular way, and that could also cause potential damage to one health. Something we have been obsessed since 2020, that Bali event, G20's event. So we adopted this One Health concept at G20 event at Bali, in 2020. Yes.
I would like to thank PHDCCI for giving us an opportunity to come on this stage and express our views. And I would like to congratulate each and every member who had worked behind the scene to make this event a mega success. Congratulations to all of you here. So I would say that India's pharmaceutical ecosystem today stands at a very critical intersection of affordability, access, and sustainability. To be honest, what I had heard from the previous panelists also, there are huge gaps still which needs to be bridged, so that although we are known as the pharmacy of the world, but with players like Apollo and NetMed, they are putting a big benchmark for us to follow, for all the small players also. So to be honest, I would say that India is not facing a medicine shortage. That's not a problem. The problem is of medicine wastage. And the smaller packs did not click well. I would say that they didn't click because there was a lack of demand for it. I would say there was a lack of intelligence in the system. Today, if you ask Apollo and NetMed, I don't think so they are facing that problem compared to the offline pharmacies. So once this system gets online, I would say that they will, they will definitely succeed with data, precision, and aggregation. So the smaller packaging has been a non-starter, I agree with you, but can online pharmacy solve this problem? I would say yes, if the pharma companies are more flexible and the regulations for unit level dispensing comes in sync with doctor's prescription, that will help in shortage. And most important, most of the pharma companies are here, they will say, if we go in small packagings, probably they're going to affect the margins. They will definitely come up with this. But there has to be a shift in the business model from volume-based to efficiency-based. Hence, the mindset also needs a change. It may reduce per unit volume initially, but overall efficiency, lower expiry, lesser good return, reverse logistics, everything put together, they will definitely have actual margins there. That is going to protect the margins. If the pharma companies are more flexible, especially with this. And profit in pharma, I would say, doesn't depend mainly on your volumes, how efficiently you rotate. Your AI-backed inventory, auto-replenishment mode, demand prediction, they will all make precision dispensing scalable. And digitization, of course, it will convert pharma from a loosely monitored chain into a fully auditable, accountable, compliant-driven ecosystem. This is what I would like to congratulate my panelists, NetMed and Apollo. They have achieved this to a great height. And digital system will definitely enable responsible dispensing, sir. Because it creates a complete audit trail to purchase the prescription, and prescription, and finally to the patient, ensuring that the medicines are dispersed in appropriate prescribed quantity. And this responsible dispensing will help correct the dosage. It will prevent purchase without prescription. Like one of the panelists was saying, they had gone to purchase cancer drug for some research, they didn't get it, and ultimately they got it from some chemist without a prescription. So this will be a great help. And self-medication risk. Most of them, they go to the chemist, they ask for medicines, they get it, no prescription, nothing required. And coming, yes, to the environmental perspective, the implications are far stronger. 10 to 15% of the medicines globally, they go waste or unused. But unfortunately, in India, the percentage is much higher. And why it is higher? I would say because of overprescription and rigid, unflexible pack size. So these medicines, I would say, are not just waste. They are pollutants. They affect our soil, water system, and antimicrobial resistance. All these three aspects were previously discussed about the environmental issues. So the pharma pollutants are further affecting the soil fertility, plant growth, and soil microbial balance. So in some cases, even chemical traces are detected even in treated water. Now imagine the magnitude of challenge. So less unused medicines will definitely reduce chemical leaching. So by aligning the supply with actual demand, digital efficiency will definitely prevent environmental pollutants. So every unused strip is not waste of money. It is a contaminant. So data-driven online pharmacy is a powerful medium to check this challenge.
Wonderful, actually, very insightful.
Yes, sir.
And yes, it has to be a collective drive.
Yes.
Let everybody, right from the government stakeholders to online,
Definitely.
yes, it has to be a collective.
And I would like to say, sir, that the digital prescription ecosystem must scale.
Yes. It's a very important takeaway, actually, because it has to go to the DOP and all concerned in the ecosystem. Because One Health is, we've been working a lot on one healthcare area, in one area.
And it is only the data-driven dispensing that can reduce wastage, improve affordability and accountability, and their healthcare truly becomes sustainable.
Well, thank you so much, ma'am.
Yes, sir, thank you.
And now we have Dr.
you, sir.
Sunil Khetapal. And you have come on time because I just shuffled the questions, nothing else. No, it's okay. So
there was some confusion.
Have you settled down, or I'll start right away? Have a glass of water?
Yeah, sure.
I'll wait for a few seconds. Have some water.
One important highlight which I wanted to make, as Nilima ma'am already mentioned, the integration of data. I just wanted to highlight that this study was covered by IIM Ahmedabad also. We brought down the expiration cost by 27% in just 1 year for a leading pharma company.
Okay.
And how we did was by real-time monitoring the availability of stock at every stock point. So real-time systems that actually helped us order using AI, auto replenishment model. So we are already implementing that in our organization, and as I already mentioned, it has brought down the expiration cost by 27%, which is a great achievement.
Very good. Ritvika, I know that you consult a couple of pharma companies and do send across these inputs from all these esteemed panelists. So, sir, your time is now up. E-pharmacy, we see predatory pricing. Is there any way to check this up? One. Hello? Yeah. E-pharmacy, you know that we keep coming across predatory pricing. And I just want to understand, is there any, hello? Yeah. Is there any role for NPPA in this? No, I know that it's an unconventional question, but I know that the question is being posed to somebody who's so knowledgeable.
No, I think, first of all, we need... Hello. Yeah. Thank you, Manish ji, for asking this question. First of all, my apologies for being late. There was some confusion. When you confusion, I went somewhere else.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's fine. You know, the question is that is there any role of an NPPA in predator pricing?
Yes,
I think, first of all, we need to understand, you know, what is predator pricing. The predator pricing, I think we all know that it's a practicing of selling drugs much below the you know, the market norms or below the MRP.
Cost.
Now, but if you see in the context of e-pharmacies and, you know, you have the deep discount system.
Yes.
The discount is from the range of, may say, 20% to 60%. I don't know. This is what I feel. And they create short-term consumer, you know, benefit. Of course, consumers are happy, they get a lot of discount. But there is a long-term risk. And what do you say, the monopolistic.
Yeah.
So these risks are also there. But if you see the role of NPPA in predator pricing, this is something, traditionally, if you see NPPA as that, you know, majorly to provide affordability.
Yeah.
So with that intent, you know, the NPPA is a part of this. But then it will, you know, later on, I think, you know, you see the risk. It will, you know, create more confusion in the market. And there will be no competition. No competition. And the retailers and the small players will, you know, they will vanish. So I think NPPA has a great role. But then we need to analyze that how best it can, you know, be the predator pricing, you know, can play their role in predator pricing. So that's important. And as I told you, the risk is very important. Risk is, you know, market concentration, as I already mentioned. And local small chemists, you know, they will be eliminated. And their role will be very, very much limited. Also, the public health concerns, if you see, because we are dealing with, you know, the drugs cannot be considered as any other commodity. We are dealing with the life and death of the patients. So I think over-commercialization of essential
Absolutely
medicines,
right,
again,
yes.
will be a risk. Yeah.
No, thank you so much. You have given a very comprehensive view, right from the public health to the monopolistic competition that may emerge in coming decade. And you already have a couple of monopolistic or oligopolistic competition in other sectors. And that's major worry. Yeah, thank you so much. So, well, we'll move to the round 2 of this session. Yeah. No, I'm within time, yeah. So again, let me ask you the same, another question, Dr. Khetapal. Regulatory framework, challenges and imperatives. What could be the learnings from the other industry we can implement, if you talk about the other industries, so consumer data privacy and all. So I need to understand your perspective on, hello, I'm audible?
Your voice is not clear.
I'm audible now? Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'm talking about the regulatory framework, challenges and imperatives, and the learning from the other industries. Your take on challenges in
See, regulatory framework, if you see, we need to, there are, of course, great challenges as far as the e-pharmacy regulatory framework is concerned. One is the use of the spurious or,
counterfeit.
So counterfeit drugs. So there will be no control on that. And secondly, if you see, there will be, more the e-prescription generation, but sometimes AI tools can also, there will be misuse of the prescription. And also self-medication, with this self-medication, and which will, of course, lead to, escalation of this AMR, and antimicrobial resistance, self-use of antibiotics. So there are so many, reasons. Regulatory, if you see, there is a weakness. And if you say that we need to learn from some other industry.
Yes, sir.
So which industry you would like me to quote?
No, depending upon your experience and all, because consumer data privacy is the biggest challenge we have.
I think we should learn from what you say, the telecom sector.
Okay.
Telecom sector, when it started, the pricing was, so low. There was, when they came, and there were exit, of small players because of the pricing wars initially. So same thing we can correlate with the e-pharmacy, regulations.
Well, thank you so. You're done with? Oh, yeah. So can I have a comment from both the senior leaders? Yeah, Dr. Rajesh Sharma. Dr. Rajesh.
Apollo
Yeah.
Pharmacy, we don't go with the predatory prices. Our prices both offline and online are similar.
Okay.
Because we believe that both the channels are the same and all our medicines that are ordered online are supplied by the offline stores. So our prices are on both the platforms similar only. If we are offering certain discounts at the store, we would offer the similar. We have introduced a very, to build this system to a very robust one, we introduced a circle plan, which is applicable to both offline as well as online, which is a point-based system where a customer earns points on his spending and he can redeem those points in his next purchases. So there we are not going ahead with any kind of predatory prices at Apollo and Apollo.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think, when the industry started, I think there were a lot of players who were trying to discount a little more than, what the trade margins generally are in the market. But I think in the last maybe 2 or 3 years, quite a bit of rationalization of discounts or, rather no discounts have started. And whatever discount there is probably in line with offline and online, because otherwise the businesses turning out to be non-sustainable. At the end of the day, we've seen this play out in almost all the industries, be it food at home or e-commerce industries in general. Most of the places now you're seeing delivery fee, you're seeing handling fee, you're seeing a lot of different fees that are getting added, which were actually much more discounts before. But I think now with quite a bit of e-commerce penetration, not just e-pharmacy, predatory pricing, generally what I'm seeing in the market is not really so much of a matter of concern. In terms of growth, like I initially said, I think the growth of the overall sector has actually been much more than just the online pharmacy, which actually says that there is so much room for organized, unorganized, fragmented players in offline space, which they are showing with multiple numbers. I mean, in last 3-4 years, we are seeing close to 20,000 Jan Aushadhi Kendra. Now, these are offline centers. If we are seeing 20,000 centers coming up, I don't think online pharmacy orders are going up by those numbers. So, like I said initially, I think we need to really look at pharmacy delivery as, or pharmacy, medicine buying from pharmacy in very simple ways, that it's a very kind of conjointed order. You put an order and you get the medicine delivered at home or from the pharmacy, and it could be on WhatsApp, it could be on app, which is what is happening in offline, as we say traditionally. But I think the boundaries are really getting blurred. All of them are coming together.
So this is as of now?
Yes. Yes. As of now, for some time now. So, and that's, I think, going to be the trend. Generally,
Okay.
With the money also drying, everybody wants to be
My
sustainable.
next question is about e-commerce, the quick commerce. Yeah. So I need to take your take on, it's a potential threat or it's a feasibility altogether. Because, we've heard about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, etc., etc. So I need to have your...
Sure. No, I think that's a very important question. And like how Dr. Sunil said, quick commerce, in medicine is not that easy. Whoever is trying to do it, it requires its due diligence. This is not your, apple, banana, and juices. This is very different category. You have quite a bit of compliance when it comes to prescription. You have quite a bit of compliance when it comes to the entire supply chain depth. Like how initially we were discussing, whether it's cold chain management, whether it is simple delivery of medicines, vaccines, it's a different mammoth altogether. And to compare quick commerce with online pharmacy will not be right, and I don't think it's sustainable also in the long run. One thing I think one could learn from that is, and especially, we've tried to think of that as a model. When it comes to just a pure play quick commerce, which usually runs from a dark store, and I'm not talking of online pharmacy right now, but I'm talking of grocery stores and all the rest. The mathematics and economics is very different. Per order, per delivery cost is much cheaper for delivery, because that one guy is, the executive who's delivering is going and doing maybe 20 orders in one day. Versus a pharmacy where the demand is much smaller. And to maintain that entire, formulary of medicines with so many SKUs, which are very small, and you have generics, you have branded medicines, you have cold chain medicines, it is economically not feasible to do something like that. So you need to have a retail store, and we've seen great examples from Apollo. You need to have an omni-channel approach. You need to have a store. You need to have a store that's doing offline delivery, online delivery. And of course, you could have a healthy mix of warehouses that could provide some economy of scale and scope for you. But pure play quick commerce is a hard nut to crack, and according to me, a little unviable from compliance point of view.
Yes, sir. Dr. Khetpal, you want to add something, or I'll? Yeah. Okay. So, well, the another important question which everybody is asking or concerned about is DPDP Rule 2025, its compliances and implementation. Being the pioneer in healthcare, or maybe the first brand in healthcare or first company in healthcare. Yeah. So I just need to know what's industry's record so far.
So if I have to talk about DPPP rules which were implemented in 2025,
yeah.
Well before that, in 2022, Apollo implemented Information Security Management System, and we are already certified with it. This provides the foundational framework for our entire information security posture. In 2019, we implemented Privacy Information Management System that is already certified in Apollo system. This extends our IMSM to specially cover privacy information management, directly aligning with the DP requirements. And also in 2019, we implemented business continuity systems. And 2024, we have introduced artificial intelligence system in our Apollo framework of network. So I would say that Apollo had this consent-first architecture approach when it comes to DPDP rules.
Okay.
Because at Apollo platforms and in-store, we are designed to collect every data point collection, prescription uploads, teleconsultation records, pharmacy orders, diagnostic records. We are taking a prior proper consent from the consumer. So we are strongly implementing these rules. We have introduced data localizations. All our servers are based out of India. None of our servers are overseas. We ensured that to match with the e-pharmacy draft rules and DPPP rules both, all our servers are based out of India. And then we are also looking at, we don't unnecessarily collect any data from the customer. We just collect the minimal data from the customer which is required as of information part to serve in. And also, when an online order lands at an offline stores, we ensure that all the telephone numbers, mobile numbers of the customers are masked. None of them are visible even to our employees working at the store. So we are ensuring that we provide the data protection level to the customer at every level. And also we have a non-disclosure commitment signed that none of the, at each level it is defined which person can access which data. So, and also we have been training our people on this thing. We have trained all our 50,000 people on data management properly. So I can say that at Apollo, we are 100% ensuring that we would follow the DPPP rules 2025, and we started it well before the time.
Thank you so much. Such a phenomenal compliance we have done. And I suggest you should also, Apollo should also share it with industry players, because a lot of gaps are there in their understanding vis-a-vis DPDP Rule 2025. So great compliance efforts. Well,
I'd just
I have
like
a
to
time.
add, Dr. Manish, on the DPDP Act, what he said.
Yeah.
So this regulatory compliance of DPDP
Yes, sir.
Act 2023, the rules which have just come down. I think one thing which is very important is the self-audit. Audit trails are very important. Where you see in e-commerce, there are proper audit trails, there is accountability. So I think, the patient's data, we should, limit on the use, the commercial use of patient data should be limited. That's very important. This is how you can regulate the e-commerce part, the online pharmacy thing. And because health data is very sensitive, and we have great examples of health data breach, AIMS.
Yeah.
What happened in AIMS, out of 100 servers, 3 servers were hacked. And there were, the data was like, even the ex-Prime Minister Vajpayee's, his data was also part of that. So I think it is something, DPDP Act, still I think it is not understood by people. It has got a great role, even in healthcare, in pharmacy, in every domain.
Absolutely.
DPDP Act. So I think and also there is something about DPDP Act is, there's some of the sections of DPDP, some of the clauses are being challenged in the Supreme Court of DPDP Act.
Yes.
So DPDP Act is a very new thing, and it's yet to be understood by all of us. So we have to deep dive actually when we really want to. So a role, definitely, pharmacy it has a great role, especially on the online pharmacy. The application of DPDP Act is important.
Sir, just to add to your concept that you said, we have ensured that while we operate in different zones,
yes,
north, west, east, south zones, so we have built servers for different zones. For example, if we are getting compliant for that, if one of our servers gets hacked, we can immediately shift our one other zone to the other server which has not been hacked. So we have ensured that for